My name is Karen Sawyer. I've been dating my boyfriend, Henry, for 4 years. And we've been living together for 2 years with the intention of getting married. Henry has said that he wants to have a wedding ceremony when we have enough money. Even though we're at the point where all that's left is to register our marriage. As for me, I think it's okay to have the wedding ceremony later. But I want to at least register our marriage. However, Henry insists on having the wedding ceremony before registering the marriage. Amidst this, I found out I was pregnant. I happily told Henry, but he didn't seem very pleased. Pregnant?
Yeah,
that's right. Henry, frowning at me, seemed to say, "Why would you get pregnant?" That's why. I think we should at least register our marriage. I timidly said that. Why? If we don't register before the baby is born, the child will be considered illegitimate. Even if we get married, the child will be listed as an adopted child in the family register. That would be so sad. I see. But still, I think it's important to do things in order. Like having the wedding ceremony first. I couldn't say anything more to him, who said this seriously. But I desperately wanted to register our marriage before giving birth. I absolutely wanted to avoid our child being considered illegitimate. Thinking this, I repeatedly brought up the topic of registering our marriage to him. But the answer I got back was always the same. As I approached the due date, I stopped bringing up the topic of registration. My friends asked me, "Aren't you going to get married? Are you going to be a single mother?" My parents kept saying, "When are you going to get married?" But even if they say that, there's nothing I can do if he doesn't say yes. However, one day, he suddenly said, "Let's register our marriage after all." Okay? But you said the wedding comes first. I thought that, but if we marry after the baby is born, won't the child be considered an adopted child? It's weird to think of my own child as adopted. So, I thought it's better to at least register our marriage now, even if the wedding is later. I was happy he finally understood. But I was afraid his mind might change if we delayed any longer. Then, let's register our marriage today. Right now? Yes. There's a saying, strike while the iron is hot, right? Well,
yeah,
that's true. It's okay, now. Okay? What does he mean by now? Though his words puzzled me. Afraid that asking might change his mind. I didn't inquire further and rushed to the city hall. Despite having submitted our marriage registration, we weren't called for a while. I wondered why it was taking so long when a woman from the city hall came over and took me aside. Away from him. It's difficult to say this, but you're already married according to our register. Huh? What are you talking about? You're married, aren't you? No. But it shows you are in 2 years of marriage. I've never been married. Why would that be? That, I don't know. We only processed that needed to be. Who is the other party? A foreign national. Foreign national? I don't know such a person. Are you saying you have absolutely no knowledge of this? None at all. If that's the case, did you possibly lend your name to someone? Why would I do such a thing? To acquire American permanent residency. Marrying an American and staying in America for 2 years. Brings the foreign national 10 years green card. There are cases where people do that to acquire nationality. That's absurd. I don't even know any foreigners. Then, it might be best to consult the police. Then, what about our marriage? Under the current circumstances, we can't process your marriage registration. This is terrible. When can we get married? If your marital status is dissolved. Which means divorce the foreign national man, you can register a marriage with him. How? We can't tell you anything here, so please ask the police, I'm afraid. I'm pregnant, it's his child. I understand that, but it's determined by civil law. This is absurd. Henry. Noticing I hadn't returned and sensing a dispute even without hearing the conversation, came over. What's wrong? Did something happen? The city hall staff, upon seeing him, walked away as if they could no longer intervene. But what should I do? Should I tell him the truth? But now that he's finally ready to marry, wouldn't knowing the truth make him call off the marriage? What will happen to our child then? But beyond the fear, anger was rising. Why should I be afraid over something I hadn't done? Why is this happening to me? Hey, what happened? Overwhelmed by the sudden revelation, I blurted out, the police. And started running. Surprised, he chased after me, caught up, and demanded an explanation. What's going on? Hey. Karen. He grabbed me and shouted his questions. I thought, I can't. I have to tell him, or this will turn into a fight. I steeled myself and told him everything I had just learned. Name lending. His quiet murmur pierced my heart. I didn't do such a thing. I don't know any foreigners, and I wanted to marry you, Henry. There's no way I would do something like that. I know. It's okay. He tried to reassure me, saying it was okay, but his complexion turned pale. I thought he might be considering calling off our marriage. That's why we have to go to the police. We can't let this go. We need to get this sorted out. But for some reason, he was against the idea. There's no need to go to the police. Why? I'm being prevented from marrying you over something I didn't do. But, look, it's not really a problem, is it? Not a problem? How can you say that? Soon, this baby will be born. If that happens, even if we marry, this child will be considered an adoptee. How can you say there's no problem with that? Well, it can't be helped. These things happen. He forced a smile, trying to calm me down, but my anger didn't subside. What when this child grows up and sees their family register? They'll think they were adopted. No matter how much we explain, they won't understand. That's something we can't help. We'll deal with it when the time comes. That's just. Come on, let's not worry about it too much. Let's just give up on this, okay? How can you be so calm about this? It's strange. I'm not calm. But this is the situation we're in. Sometimes, you have to accept things. Despite his words, upon closer inspection, he seemed not calm but rather anxious. It didn't seem to be about my supposed divorce history, but rather about the idea of going to the police. Why? Why can't we go to the police? Dealing with the police and all that, it's just a hassle, isn't it? What if something happens to the baby because of all this stress? We should focus on making sure the baby is born safely. I'm just worried about you. Really? Going to the police is just a consultation. I can't see how that would harm the baby. Even if we consult the police, it's not like we can get married right away, right? If consulting today meant we could marry today, then sure, it'd be worth it. But that's not going to happen, right? So, it's a waste of time. A waste. Yeah, it's just a waste of time. With that, he left to buy a drink, leaving me to ponder. As I watched him walk away, memories of our time together flooded back. Every time I brought up marriage, he found a reason to postpone it. He didn't seem happy when I told him I was pregnant. He looked at my growing belly as if it were a nuisance, sighing deeply and frequently checking the calendar. I couldn't understand why. Perhaps he didn't want to get married at all. I had thought this not just once or twice. And yet, today, he suddenly suggested we register our marriage. I thought, it's strange. He says we should register our marriage. Yet he remains so calm in the face of such a situation. He doesn't blame me or panic. Instead, he tries to stop me from going to the police. Why? After 4 years together, I find myself unable to understand him. And suspicions begin to surface. Here, I bought this for you. Coffee is bad for the baby, right? So, I got you juice instead. Drink this and calm down. Thank you. I accept the juice, looking up at his face, but the doubts remain. Hey. What? Was it you? Eh? What do you mean? Did you arrange for me to be married? No, why would I do something like that? He laughs, but his face seems strained. If I had done something like that, I wouldn't be talking about getting married, right? It's only been 2 years since that marriage was registered, hasn't it? I thought, 2 years. That's not something I said. I stared at him intently. What? Is there something on my face? I said we couldn't get married. But I never mentioned anything about the register being 2 years. Really? No, that's not right. You just said it a while ago. You're just too upset and forgot. Henry is clearly flustered. His nostrils flare, a sign that he's lying. Why would you do something like this? Because. Feeling trapped by my piercing gaze, he seems to relent and finishes his coffee. Why? Why did you do this? He starts to justify himself as if resigning to the situation. It can't be helped. You kept talking about marriage. And from my side, I'm doing all I can, but we also need money. Especially if we want to have a wedding ceremony. We just needed the money. But I said it was okay, just to register our marriage. Why would you resort to a sham marriage for that? It's fine, isn't it? Thanks to that, we got some money. So that's why you were always looking at the calendar? Waiting for the 2 years to be up? Yeah, that's right. After 2 years, we'd get a divorce, and that would be the end of it. What do you mean, the end of it? In the end, we can't even get married. It's not like we can't get married. We just have to wait for a bit. After coming this far, it isn't a big deal. So, for that, our child has to be born out of wedlock? You don't think that's a big deal? I'm going to end up with a divorce record without even being married. This is ridiculous. Who are you planning to marry anyway? Hey? You're marrying me, right? Then what does it matter if you have a marriage or divorce record? I know all about it. If you were marrying someone else. Yeah. Having a divorce record might be a disadvantage. A divorce record isn't something to be taken lightly, is it? It's light. Who looks at a record unless they need to? Why are you making such a big deal out of this? You're overthinking things. I can't see it as simply as you do. You're so stubborn, really. Try to think more flexibly. There are still plenty of foreigners at my company, you know. Lending my name to just one person nets $5,000. Can you imagine how many tens of thousands of dollars we can make going forward? A mark on the family register is nothing in comparison. Why would you do something like this? I heard it from the foreigners at the company. Marry an American woman for 2 years, even a sham marriage. And you can get a long-term green card. But if you ask an organization to arrange it, it costs tens of thousands. They said they couldn't afford that. So, I asked how much they could pay, and they said $5,000 was the limit. So, I thought, why not? And you arranged for me to be married because of that?
Yeah.
It was a great idea, wasn't it? We got $5,000 out of it. Even though I hadn't considered we couldn't remarry immediately after a divorce. So that's why you kept finding reasons to avoid registering our marriage. Exactly, that's right. And that's why you were always looking at the calendar.
Yeah.
Man, I was so nervous. It was almost time for the divorce, and then you were about to give birth. Honestly, I didn't want the child to be considered adopted. It's my own flesh and blood, after all. So, I was hoping the 2 years would pass quickly. I was worried what would happen if the birth came early, but it all worked out in the end. Though I never expected this kind of accident. This is awful. To tarnish someone's marital record over something like this. Don't worry about it. They just took a little time and delayed the process. We can register our marriage soon. To think you'd treat someone's marriage and divorce so lightly. No one would believe this if I told them. No need to tell anyone, right? This is a crime. It's a fraud. If you don't say anything, no one will know. But that makes me a criminal too. Not if you don't talk about it. Plus, the foreigner involved will eventually get permanent residency if we keep quiet. I got some money, and very soon, we can get married. It's all good. If that's the case. Let's have a wedding ceremony. We can have the ceremony and then register our marriage. You have $5,000, right? Why are you silent? You have it, right? About that. It's gone. I suspected as much. Someone willing to engage in such deceitful acts wouldn't just be after wedding money. There had to be another motive. My trust in him crumbled, feeling like the man I knew was disappearing into a mist. Why is it gone? Well, I had some urgent expenses. I used it for that. What did you spend it on? I had some debts. It looked like things were going to get pretty bad if I didn't pay them off. What kind of debts? Various kinds, you know. And are all your debts paid off now? He didn't answer. So, you still have debts? Well,
yeah.
But there are lots of foreigners at my company, you know. There's always a way to make money. So you used my name. I guess I have no choice but to go to the police. Because it's a crime. Now that I know about it, reporting it to the police is my duty as a citizen. You've got to be kidding. I won't let you go to the police. Despite his protest, I started running towards the police station. Instead of trying to stop me by grabbing me, he pushed me from behind. Due to the push, I fell down the stairs, which caused my water to break. An ambulance was called, and amidst the pain and anxiety, I was desperate to protect my baby. I was taken to the hospital, where my child was safely born, but he never came to visit me. I could not forgive him for trying to kill our child. Henry had no regard for human life. Not even the life of his own child. I couldn't believe I had fallen for such a person, and I couldn't help but despise myself for it. After being discharged from the hospital, I went straight to my parents' house to discuss the matter with my mother. I can't believe he was such a person. Upon hearing my story, my mother was shocked and shed tears at my suffering. So, what will you do now? I was made to participate in a sham marriage, and he almost killed our child. I have no intention of forgiving him. I see. So, you've settled your feelings towards him then? Yes, I'm glad I found out what kind of man he was before we registered our marriage. Mom, what he did is punishable by law, right? Yes. She started searching on her smartphone. It seems like it falls under the crime of creating a false official document. The penalty is imprisonment for up to 5 years or a fine of up to $5,000. Imprisonment for up to 5 years? Yes, it seems you can just pay a fine and that's it. It feels too lenient, doesn't it? To tarnish someone's family register and get away with such a light punishment is unforgivable. I'll definitely get my revenge. Determined to make him pay for ruining my life and almost involving our child. I vowed to bring him down to hell. A few days later, after leaving my child with my mother, I headed to Henry's parents' house. It's been a while. Oh, welcome. Where's the baby? I have something important to discuss today, so I left the baby at home. Oh, is that so? She seemed a bit disappointed, but that was the least of my concerns. Henry isn't with you, is he? No. Because I came here about Henry. Seeing my serious demeanor, Henry's parents looked at each other and then sat upright to listen to what I had to say. I have some shocking news. Recently, I went to submit our marriage registration. Oh. So you finally officially got married. That was the plan. However, it turned out that I was married. Eh? Of course, I've never been married or divorced. When I asked who the other party was, they said it was a foreign national. What? And Henry? This is the shocking part. I thought it might be a fraud. So I suggested going to the police, but Henry said not to. When I pressed him for an explanation, it turned out he had arranged for me to be married without my knowledge. That's ridiculous. Permanent residency can be acquired by marrying an American woman and staying married for 2 years. Henry knew this and arranged for me to marry someone, planning to file for divorce after 2 years. Did Henry really do this? Yes, I confirmed it. That's why I tried to go to the police, but I was pushed down the stairs, my water broke, and I was hospitalized. My child was born safely, but what he did is unforgivable. What a terrible thing to do. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Yes. But I can't forgive him. Of course. He tried to kill your child by arranging a sham marriage. That's unforgivable. Indeed. What was he thinking doing such a thing? He said he had debts. And there are still debts remaining. Do you know what the debts were for? No, he didn't disclose that. That's why Henry isn't with you today. Rather than that, I haven't seen him since he pushed me down the stairs. He didn't visit me in the hospital or see the child. I see. That's terrible. I understand you can't forgive him, but is there something you want from us? More than a request, I wanted you to know everything. I can't forgive him, so I will divorce him. I don't know what trouble might come to you in the future. That's why I thought you should know. Right. If we didn't know, who knows what else he might do. And we can't just let this go. What do you mean? If we sided with him after all this, it would be a disservice to Karen. I think it's only natural for you to want a divorce. As parents, all we can do is turn our backs on him. If he comes to us for help, I don't plan on forgiving him. Is that okay? Thank you. I couldn't ask for more, so I'll accept your decision as your will. And since he tried to kill our child, I'll make sure he faces justice. Even if it means you'll resent me, it can't be helped. What do you mean by that? I'm going to the police to tell them everything. That's unavoidable. Making him atone for his sins is for the best. Yes. Henry's mother looked very distressed. It's understandable, considering her child might be arrested. But I almost lost my child. Even though I understand her feelings, it doesn't change what I have to do. Can you contact Henry? Yes, I think so, but why? call him here. Why? Even if we're going to hand him over to the police. It's better if he turns himself in. Plus, he owes Karen an apology. Okay, I understand. Without telling her son that I was there or about the sham marriage. She simply said she wanted to see him and called him over. Contrary to expectations, Henry came, thinking he could enjoy a homemade meal. However, he found me there instead. Why is Karen here? Henry, do you realize what you've done? What do you mean? You pushed Karen when she was at full term. That. Karen just missed her step. Karen, why are you twisting the story? It's unthinkable for a pregnant woman at full term to just miss her step. She would be walking with the utmost care. But Karen is always so careless. It happens. What about the sham marriage? And how do you plan to excuse that? So, you've been talking to Dad, huh? You told him. It's true then? Well, if you know, there's no point in hiding it, right? It's not a big deal anyway. Not a big deal?
Yeah.
Because it's true. There are foreigners who want American nationality, so I just helped them out. That's all it is. If you think about it, it's like helping people. How could you do such a thing? Karen didn't know about it, did she? That wouldn't have been a problem if we had just not married until the foreign nationals things settled down. It's just that I didn't fully understand the law about remarriage. Karen was just too obsessed with registering the marriage. Of course she was obsessed with it. She was about to have a child. If she hadn't rushed, we could have married normally very soon. But because of that, Karen's marital record is now tainted. Don't you feel bad? No, I don't. It's not like I said I wouldn't marry her. If she marries me, there's no problem, right? The problem is her saying she'll go to the police. Karen has decided not to marry you. What? Really? Yes, I've lost all feelings for you. What about the child? Though, since we weren't married, I guess you can't demand alimony or child support from me. Right, I have nothing to demand from you. Then it's fine. I was thinking marrying you might not be the best idea anyway. What do you mean? If I married you, I couldn't make you marry off foreigners anymore. Missing out on such a good deal just because we have a child? I think it's better not to miss out on such opportunities. What kind of person are you? If we're not getting married, it works out. You need money to raise a child, right? Just marry another foreigner. After 2 years, you can divorce. It's not a big deal just because you're registered. Creating a false official document. What's that? Your crime. Why would I have a crime against me? Because it's a crime.
Ha!
That's only if you report it to the police. You don't want to be pushed down the stairs again, right? Or maybe this time, the child will get hurt? So, don't think about reporting to the police. Instead of doing that, why not lend me your name and make money together? I don't think so. You're so stubborn. Henry, what you did is a crime. Turn yourself in. Huh? Don't be ridiculous. Why should I turn myself in? I was helping people. How can that be considered helping? Besides, you pushed Karen down the stairs. That was because Karen. You just confessed, didn't you? Confessed? What are you talking about? You admitted to pushing her down. And now, threatening harm to the child? You're just piling on more crimes. That's just a slip of the tongue. I haven't done anything wrong. It's all for helping people. I've made up my mind. I won't report him to the police. Karen. As long as he thinks this way, reporting him would be futile. So, I won't report him to the police. Is that really okay? Yes, it's okay. I don't want to risk my child's life anymore. Please live peacefully. That's the Karen I know, always understanding. Then, I'll be leaving now.
Yeah. Bye. Bye.
Now, I'll have to find another woman to lend her name. That way, I can make a fortune. Wasting 4 years on such a foolish man was a complete waste of time. But I had no intention of letting it end there. I went straight to a lawyer to seek advice and decided to sue Henry. Henry, I never said I would let you off the hook. I just said I wouldn't report you to the police. Enjoy your descent into hell. After suing him, the police took the matter seriously. The foreigner involved was deported. After paying $5,000 and then being deported, it must have been a tough break for him. Henry ended up receiving a prison sentence. Initially, he boasted that he would just pay a fine of $5,000, but his parents, disgusted by his actions, refused to pay the fine and didn't visit him. As a result, he spent 5 years in prison. Upon release, Henry faced the reality of being jobless. Disowned by his parents, Henry had no one to turn to. Although he lightly thought he could just find another woman for a sham marriage. However, finding a woman willing to participate wasn't as easy as he thought. And he ended up facing a new punishment, loneliness. Without a place to live and with a criminal record, he couldn't find employment anywhere. His life became almost homeless-like, and at one point, he desperately came to me, asking me to lend my name again. When I heard his request, I was astonished he was still thinking along those lines. And of course, I refused. I told him to find legitimate work if he didn't want to end up back in prison. But whether he took it to heart or not, he left without even seeing his child. As for where he is now and what he's doing, not even a rumor has reached me. Meanwhile, I've returned to my parents' home, where we're raising my child together. Despite the difficult circumstances surrounding the birth, my child is growing up healthy and keeping me on my toes every day. Yet, I find this daily life incredibly fulfilling. A friend I hadn't heard from in 3 years, Daisy, contacted me. I gave birth to a healthy girl. Give me a $3,000 birth celebration gift. We're best friends, so it's only natural, right? I was shocked by her words. What? You got married? Yes, I did. Responding to my surprised question, Daisy replied cheerfully. Just as I was about to congratulate her, Daisy said, "It must be because you lacked appeal that you guys couldn't have kids." I was frozen by Daisy's words. She had married my ex-husband, Mike, and they had a child together. Mary? You're coming, right? Daisy's triumphant voice reached me as I involuntarily fell silent over the phone. How did it come to this, and you never contacted me before? I had many things I wanted to say, but expressing them would only play into Daisy's hands. I took a deep breath to avoid being provoked and opened my mouth. Sure. I'll come with my lawyer husband. And so, I headed to her house with my husband, Tom. No one could have imagined that Daisy's reaching out would end up derailing her and Mike's lives. My name is Mary. I was born and raised in a rural area of Boston. I spent my life there until high school and then moved to LA for work. Living alone in an unfamiliar place from a young age. I remember feeling very lonely in LA without any friends. So, after work, it became my routine to call friends and family back home. Even after several years, I never got used to the environment and had no acquaintances outside of work. Then, a turning point came my way. I met a man who was a friend of my colleague's husband when I visited their home. His name was Mike. Born and raised in LA, he was a doctor at a university hospital. Mike was the same age as me. To me, a country-raised individual, Mike, who grew up in LA, seemed very sophisticated and attractive. Mike also took a liking to me, and soon after we met, we began dating and got married in the year we both turned 30. The first person I reported my marriage to was my friend Daisy. I met Daisy in elementary school, and we went to the same school through middle and high school, essentially best friends. Daisy was the only daughter of a local politician, a well-bred young lady. Inherited from her father, she had a leadership quality and decisiveness. However, this also meant she had always thought of herself as the best, for better or worse. I, on the other hand, was indecisive and lacked confidence. So, the confident Daisy, who always took the lead, was someone I admired. Even after moving and not being able to see each other often, my feelings of cherishing her as an important friend did not change after I went to LA. That's why I called her first to report. Daisy, you know, I'm getting married. What? No way. That guy. Mike, right? I had, of course, talked to Daisy about Mike. Although they had never met, she knew his name and profession. Yes, that's right. Marrying a doctor, huh? You're winning. Like a Cinderella story. Amazing. Hearing my news, Daisy seemed excited. I couldn't help but laugh. Amazing, she said, making me misunderstand that she was happy for my marriage. It's not like that. Besides, doctors don't earn much yet, and it seems like he doesn't have much savings either. So, it's not a Cinderella story, but that's okay. I'm not marrying for money. So, I casually denied Daisy's words. However, it seemed my way of saying it rubbed Daisy the wrong way. She paused for a moment and said in a cold voice, "Huh? What's that? Are you bragging? Pretending to be humble? Our love is pure, money doesn't matter?" What? After all, despite saying you wanted to come back here, you never did. And to top it off, you marry someone from there. You look down on us locals, didn't you? Her tone was neither warm nor joking. It was more like she was looking down on me, which made me hastily respond. That's not what I meant at all. I did want to come back, and I never imagined I'd end up getting married here. But here you are, having done just that. Are you getting carried away thinking you're now a city person? Being happy about marrying up would leave a much better impression. That's not it. I didn't know what to do, as Daisy took my mere announcement of marriage the wrong way. I'm sure you'll have a fancy wedding, right? Looking forward to the invitation. Daisy left me speechless with those words and then hung up the phone. Did I say something so terrible? I immediately tried to call back, but she didn't answer. I sent an email, but there was no reply. I had planned to announce my marriage to other friends after contacting Daisy, but I had completely lost the mood for it. Still, I couldn't just invite Daisy to the wedding. Our parents knew each other from way back. Besides, I was inviting other friends from my hometown, so I couldn't exclude Daisy, my best friend. After that call, I tried contacting Daisy several times, but she never responded. The wedding invitation I sent came back with just a check mark for attendance, no message, just a simple response. Disgusted by Daisy's immaturity, I decided to apologize at the wedding for my poor communication and naturally take some distance afterward to avoid such issues. On the wedding day, Daisy arrived in flashy attire, acting as if that phone call had never happened, cheerfully greeting me with friends. Hey. Mike is handsome. I imagined some nerdy loser since he's a doctor. I was stunned by Daisy's opening remark. Mike, standing by my side, burst into laughter upon hearing it. You're Daisy, right? Thanks. Please take care of Mary. Feel free to visit us in LA anytime. Mike's response surprised me again, knowing the tension between Daisy and me and my intention to distance myself, yet he said, please take care, and come visit. Really? Thank you. I was looking forward to meeting Mike, and likewise, please take care of me. Daisy then casually touched Mike, shifting from calling him Mr. Mike to using his first name without any honorifics. Watching this, I wasn't pleased, but saying anything would ruin the wedding. I forced a smile and got through the moment. Daisy's dominance continued. She went from one doctor to another, introducing herself as Mike's colleague. Watching this from the head table, I was anxious. It seemed like she came fishing for men. Among the guests were Mike's seniors and bosses. It was frankly embarrassing that my friend was acting inappropriately toward my husband's colleagues. Perhaps because of this, I was utterly exhausted by the end of the wedding. Yet, thinking I wouldn't see Daisy for a while brought some peace. However, I underestimated the situation. Mary. I came to visit. Daisy started visiting our house once a month, saying that, and always staying for 2 nights. Mike is so funny. I have fun too when Daisy-chan comes over. And so begins their drinking sessions. I'm not good with alcohol. Inevitably, I end up having to clean up the living room after their drinking spree. Naturally, Daisy doesn't bring any snacks or drinks. Preparing those is also my job. After about a year of this, I told Mike. I'm thinking of telling Daisy not to come over anymore. It's tough on you always having to entertain her, and honestly, preparing the futon and shopping is hard for me too. Don't say that to a friend who comes from our hometown to see you. I'm fine with it, so let her keep coming. Did Mike forget that I wanted to distance myself from Daisy? It's like I'm the bad guy. Despite discussing my issues with Daisy and Mike several times, Mike doesn't take my concerns seriously. I start feeling ill just days before Daisy's monthly visits, growing to dislike her more and more, and even starting to dislike myself. Despite occasional arguments about Daisy, Mike and I were somewhat happy. One day, when Mike was out, Daisy and I ended up drinking together at home. Non-alcoholic again? You're not pregnant, are you? Just drink.
Yeah.
But I'm not good at it. So, aren't you going to get pregnant anytime soon? Daisy abruptly asked me this very sensitive question, and I could only offer a wry smile.
Yeah.
We do want to. Maybe you lack feminine charm? Better hurry up before you're too old for a safe pregnancy. Laughing, Daisy made this rude comment. Even if she was drunk, it was too much. I snapped back. What's that supposed to mean? You're the same age as me. And you're not even married yet. Shouldn't you be focusing on your own life? Huh? What's with that attitude? You think you're better than me just because I'm from the countryside? I didn't say that. With no one to stop us, our argument escalated. Daisy banged the table as if about to lunge at me. Don't get cocky just because your husband is a doctor. My dad is a politician, a lawyer, and a person with a much higher income. And you used to mock Mike's salary too. That's not. Just then, Mike came home. Frowning suspiciously, he glared at me. Is what Daisy-chan said true? You've been mocking me for my low salary. Yes. She said they couldn't save it because of it. Mike believed Daisy's words and both stared at me accusingly. That's a misunderstanding. I did say we chose not to focus on salary when Daisy accused me of being after money, but I never complained like that. Even so, wouldn't that hurt Mike's pride? Can't you see that? Daisy's obvious attempt to side with Mike and win him over was clear. I ignored her. Clearing up Mike's misunderstanding and repairing our relationship was more important. Mike was silent for a moment, then sighed. But honestly, our relationship hasn't been great. As Daisy Chan said, my pride is hurt. Let's discuss our relationship again. That's not. Next to a smirking Daisy, I sincerely apologized to Mike. I told him that my love for him wasn't because he was a doctor, and that my feelings for him were still genuine. However, despite my words, Mike only said he was disillusioned by me. Eventually, we ended up getting divorced. I tried to avoid the divorce, but Mike's feelings just wouldn't change. So, I tearfully accepted the divorce for his sake and to allow him to start a new life. 3 years passed since the divorce was finalized. I spent those years without contacting Mike or Daisy. Some friends asked why I wasn't in touch with not just Mike, but Daisy as well, especially since she sided with Mike during our divorce crisis instead of supporting me. One day, I received a call from Daisy, whose number I had kept on my phone. Hesitantly, I answered the call. "Hey, there? How've you been?" I was momentarily taken aback by Daisy's unchanged demeanor after 3 years. I gave birth to a healthy girl. I'm expecting a $3,000 celebration gift. We're best friends, so it's only natural, right? I was astonished by her words. What? You got married? Yes, I did. Daisy replied cheerfully to my surprised question. Just as I was about to congratulate her, she said, "It must be because you lacked appeal that you guys couldn't have kids." I was stunned by Daisy's words. What? Mike and I are both happy to see you after so long. With those words, I understood. Daisy had married Mike and they had a child together. Mary? You're coming, right? Daisy's triumphant voice reached me as I involuntarily fell silent over the phone. How did it come to this, and you never contacted me before? I had many things I wanted to say, but expressing them would only play into Daisy's hands. I took a deep breath to avoid being provoked and opened my mouth. Sure. I'll come with my lawyer husband. Huh? Since you married Mike, that means you're living here? Yes. We're living in El Dada. I see. Then give me your address. I'll come to visit. Daisy seemed not to grasp the unexpected fact, but I continued the conversation one-sidedly. It would be troublesome to be bombarded with questions, so after getting the address, I quietly ended the call. A month passed, and the weekend arrived. I visited the address Daisy gave me. I didn't ask when the baby was born, but if she contacted me right after the birth, the baby would still be a newborn. Considering it would be hard on them, I decided to wait a month before visiting. On the way there, I spoke to my husband Tom, who was driving. Sorry for the trouble, especially on your day off. No, don't worry about it. I had remarried about a year ago. We met through a popular matchmaking app. Tom might not be a typical handsome guy, but he's a very kind person. We hit it off immediately after the meeting. After we started dating, I learned about his job. I was surprised. He is a lawyer. I wanted someone to see me for who I am, not for being a lawyer. He said, which is why Tom left the job and salary fields blank on his profile. I did wonder why it was blank, but since some profiles have missing information, I didn't think much of it. Right. Should I set up the navigation? Do you know the address? When we stopped at a red light, Tom, sitting in the driver's seat, said that. I took out a note. Then, looking at the address again, I caught my breath. No need for navigation. I'll guide us there. Really? Okay. The car started moving again slowly. I stared at the address once more. The address written there was undoubtedly the address of the condo I used to live in with Mike. I should have remembered it after hearing it just once. At that time, my mind was too full to notice, but thinking about going back to that house made me a bit nervous. Upon arriving at Daisy's place, Tom and I entered together. Nice to meet you. I'm Daisy, Mary's best friend. At the entrance, Daisy greeted Tom with a smile. But, seriously, I'm shocked you got remarried and didn't tell me. I thought it'd be bad if I was the only one happy, so I was being considerate towards you. Daisy laughed. Considerate? Did she feel even a bit sorry for marrying Mike? If that were the case, I would have rather she properly informed me. I asked Daisy with a wry smile. Anyway, when did you get married, Daisy? I had no idea you two were together like that. About a year and a half ago? We met by chance, Daisy said without meeting my eyes. Stepping into my former home after a long time felt strange. It seemed Mike wasn't there, which I was honestly relieved about. Daisy, while feeding the baby milk, asked Tom things like, "What do you find attractive about me?" I thought it was none of her business, but since Tom was politely answering Daisy's questions, I didn't join their conversation and glanced at the shelf. There were many photos of Daisy and Mike. Among them were photos I took when Daisy used to visit monthly. There were also pictures of their outings and Daisy with a large belly. Looking at those, a question crossed my mind. For a couple who supposedly reunited by chance a year and a half ago, there seemed to be no gap in the photos. Considering the seasonal outfits and hair color changes, there appeared to be no 1.5-year gap from the photos I took over 3 years ago. Could it be that they were dating even while I was married to Mike? As I pondered, memories of their closeness and atmosphere came flooding back. Once I started thinking about it, it was hard to see it any other way. I slowly turned around. The way Daisy looked at Tom was all too familiar, and anger surged within me. It was like the gaze of an animal that had found its prey. Fearing that Tom might be stolen from me too, I addressed Daisy sharply. Daisy. You didn't happen to steal Mike from me, did you? Daisy dodged my gaze. Then, she burst into laughter. You've been looking at those photos and thinking about that? Stop laughing and answer me. You are silly. But thanks to that, you could meet Tom, right? It turned out well, didn't it? Daisy admitted it casually. I was furious, but seeing the small baby in Daisy's arms, I couldn't bring myself to scold her and bit my lip instead. Besides, in the end, you preferred a lawyer over a doctor, right? That's why you divorced Mike so easily. Those words were unbearable. Neither Mike nor Tom was chosen based on their professions. Meeting Tom indeed brought me happiness, but that was a different story entirely. After divorcing Mike, I was truly devastated and couldn't eat anything due to shock. I blamed myself a lot, wondering what went wrong. Yet, to think it was all because Daisy was dating him makes their mockery of me unbearable. As I fought back tears, Daisy laughed triumphantly. Tom, this girl loves chasing after rich men. You're young, you should find someone else. That's not true. I looked at Tom desperately. Then, Tom murmured with a troubled face. I see. I think I understand the situation now. His words shocked me, thinking he was disgusted with me. Daisy, on the other hand, smiled even wider. It was like the day Daisy sided with Mike against me. But Tom clearly stated, So, Daisy, you've been involved with Mary's former husband since they were still married, right? Yes, that's right. You're foolish for not noticing. Irritated by Daisy's laughter, I retorted. Alimony. I'll demand alimony. Don't be silly. The statute of limitations for alimony claims is 3 years. It's already expired. That was the reason Daisy had contacted me. It had been 3 years. They thought what they did to me had been erased as if it never happened. Tom laughed. You seem well informed, Daisy. Of course, that's basic. Mary is the fool here for not knowing. However, Mary does have a right to claim. Even if the divorce is finalized, alimony for infidelity can be claimed within 3 years from the day she learned of the fact. Today is the day Mary found out. So, the 3-year period starts now. Daisy turned pale at Tom's words. No, that can't be, really? We can't claim for the divorce, but we will certainly claim alimony for the infidelity from both of you. Please reflect on how you've hurt my wife. Mary, let's go home. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Next to a flustered Daisy, Tom gave me a reassuring smile. Relieved and happy that Tom had remained on my side until the end, I wiped away my tears. The gentle and caring Tom started the process of claiming alimony, desperately trying to heal my wounds. Simultaneously, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Calls from Daisy and an unknown number. When I answered once, hearing Mike's voice made me hang up immediately. Thanks to that, I also got Mike's number, making the paperwork smooth. On another day, we visited their home again. These are the documents related to the alimony claim. We've brought them for your review. Since it was a Sunday, Mike was also at home. As soon as we arrived, both of them bowed their heads. Mary, I'm truly sorry. Please, I beg you to drop the lawsuit. Daisy suddenly became meek, apologizing profusely. I looked at her coldly. I kept quiet for your sake. I thought it'd hurt you. We thought we'd take this secret to the grave. Yes, that's right. We only told you because you seemed happy. Seeing Mike after a long time, he spoke as if they had done nothing wrong. They kept insisting they hid the truth for my sake, which wasn't amusing at all. You do realize you were wrong, don't you? Of course. Then, pay the alimony. But their mouths were shut at those words. The conversation was going nowhere. An apology without substance means nothing. Tom began to calmly explain about the alimony. Anyway, we will be claiming $3 million from Mike to Mary, and $3 million from Daisy to Mary, totaling $6 million. $6 million. There's no way we can pay that much. The amount Tom mentioned made them go pale and red in a frenzy. But without changing his expression, Tom calmly explained why they had arrived at that amount. While they complained that it's too much, and we have a child. A normal person wouldn't demand such an amount from a couple who needs to raise a child. Tom raised his voice for the first time to silence their nonsense. That's how serious your actions were. All this talk about taking it to the grave is ridiculous. You just gave in to your desires. Stop making excuses. With that, the two of them were effectively silenced. Next to them, I felt deeply grateful for Tom. Understood. Mike muttered softly. Wait, Mike. Are you out of your mind? Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? I'll figure out my part. You can borrow from your parents or something. What? There's no way I can do that. They began to argue in front of us. Certainly, Mike has income as a doctor, while Daisy does not. We'll be leaving then. Please contact us once you're ready. Prompted by Tom, we too left the house. After closing the door, we heard Mike's angry shout, "Why did you tell Mary?" No sign of remorse. Hearing such voices, Tom and I laughed as we left. Walking to a nearby coin parking, it was then. Wait a moment. We stopped at Mike's voice. Get in the car first. Nodding to his words, I got into the car. The window was slightly open, allowing their conversation to be heard. Not wanting to listen, I was about to close it, but without starting the engine, I just sat there quietly. Doctor. You know my situation, right? Please do something. Mike's words made me look up. that's a separate issue. Mike calling Tom a doctor sounded like they knew each other. I found it strange, but felt like it was a conversation I shouldn't be listening to. Yet, what was heard couldn't be helped. The conversation reached my ears unavoidably. So, how much is left now? Tell me. We shouldn't discuss this here. What if someone hears us? Just tell me. My life is on the line here. Mike urged Tom in a panicked tone. Tom spoke softly. Hearing this, Mike opened his mouth as if to confirm. So, $2 million to Aiko's husband and the remaining $1.1 million in installments to Manami's husband. On top of that, $3 million to Mary? There's no way I can pay that. I was taken aback by Mike's words. Also, the fact that you were Mary's ex-husband. If things continue this way, it's only a matter of time before Daisy finds out and claims alimony. Please, don't let Daisy know. Of course, I have a duty of confidentiality and wouldn't go around spreading the word. But can you keep it hidden forever? Listening to Tom, Mike held his head. Seeing this, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their conversation suggested that Mike had repeatedly committed infidelity. The spouses of his partners found out, and he is currently in the middle of paying them alimony. Are you working just to pay alimony? It's time to grow up. I know that. Well, take care not to let Daisy find out. If you don't cherish her, you might end up losing your family and your money. With that, Tom headed back to the car. Mike's plea, "Doctor, wait," went unheeded as Tom didn't stop. When our eyes met, Mike froze, probably thinking he couldn't show me such a pitiful sight. The alimony for Mary cannot be reduced by a single yen. Thank you for your understanding. Finally, Mike slumped against a concrete wall, seemingly at a loss. I hope he uses the brains he wasted on avoiding the discovery of infidelity to alleviate the victim's suffering. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tom got back into the car with a smile. I greeted him with a smile in return. Thanks to him, I was able to get the alimony from Mike and Daisy. Daisy had asked Mike to front her share of the alimony, but he had no such capacity. Ultimately, she had to turn to her parents. Her parents, of course, knew Mike was my ex-husband but likely never imagined he was the cause of our divorce. Indeed, Daisy had told me they'd reconnected a year and a half ago. Essentially, she lied to her parents, who were furious upon learning the truth. They even came to apologize to our home. Daisy's mom said it was her fault for spoiling her too much. Her dad said he wouldn't let her step foot in our house again. Even with proper parents, a child might not grow up right. I mused on this as if it were someone else's problem. After settling down, Tom and I went on a trip to a southern island. The hotel with a view of the sea healed the hardships and wounds of my heart. I might be too old to have children now, missing my chance, but I feel truly fortunate to have met Tom. If I hadn't met you, I'd probably still be alone, at the bottom of my sorrow. I'm so happy to have met you. Thank you for being with me. I wanted to be with someone who could see me for who I am, not what I do. Thank you for meeting me. Let's keep looking forward to more together. Tom said to me. Moving forward, I hope to never forget our current happiness and to see many more beautiful scenes with him. Isn't this soup too salty? It's too much for me. You should be more health conscious. My mom always made sure to use less salt. You really need to do better. Do you think so? I think it's just the right flavor. Don't use your standard. Think about my mom's standard. What if this affects my work? What will you do then? Well, yes, but my husband Ben is a nurse working at the clinic run by his father, and is extremely attached to his mother. constantly comparing everything to how his mother would do things. From cooking to household chores, despite not contributing himself. Here we go again, mom, mom, mom. How much can one person love your mom? After 2 years of marriage, I have become mentally exhausted by Ben's behavior. And have started to think about wanting a divorce. By the way, I've been feeling off recently because my period hasn't come. I know it's your day off, Ben, but I'm going to the gynecologist today, so just relax at home. Okay. I've been working part-time at a local bakery, which has been busier lately. Often leaving little time for breaks. Since I've always tended to experience delayed periods and feel unwell when I'm stressed. I suspected I might have irregular menstrual cycles and went to the gynecologist for a checkup. I've been stressed out recently, and my period has been late again. And it's been making me feel unwell. How late is it? About 2 weeks. I see. Let's do an ultrasound and maybe a pregnancy test? A pregnancy test? Yes, if your period is more than a week late, there's a possibility you could be pregnant. Hearing the doctor's words, I remembered something. Indeed, I had experienced the same issue before and had undergone tests, but nothing was found. I was surprised to be told the same thing again. Could it be pregnancy? I was skeptical at the time, but the unexpected test result was a pregnant. Hearing that, I felt a surge of happiness, but to be honest, I was also filled with anxiety. Could I endure that lifestyle in this situation? The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. Ben, it looks like I'm pregnant. Oh, really? That's how it is. Aren't you surprised? No, not really. It's natural for humans. If you have sex, pregnancy is a possibility. It's good, isn't it? You wanted a child. At the beginning of our marriage, we shared joy and sorrow over various things. But could it really turn so cold in just 2 years? I felt saddened by my husband's attitude. Then, 10 months later, after I had safely given birth, my husband threw even more insensitive words at me. Emma, can we get a divorce? Huh? Why? I've found someone else who makes me much happier than you do. I'm happy now. To me, who had been growing tired of my husband's mom issues and his tendency to impose his ideals, his words were actually a relief. I had been wanting a divorce for a long time, so I gladly accepted. You know, having a wife who's a nurse is great. She takes care of nutrition management and everything. A whole different level compared to you, who only works part-time. A few days after the divorce, he called me to taunt me with that. His new partner seemed to be a nurse working at his parents' clinic. When I heard her last name, something clicked. By the way, isn't your new wife's clinic the one Mr. Johnson took over after your dad? The Johnson Clinic? You're sharp. Yes, exactly, Mr. Johnson's daughter. She just finished her training and started working at the clinic this year. She's 10 years younger than me. I'm going to be their son-in-law. Oh, really? My husband didn't know that my father is the director of a well-known general hospital in our area. Nor did he realize that people in the same profession are well-connected. He had no idea that his life was about to take a dramatic nosedive, hitting rock bottom. My name is Emma. My father runs a well-known general hospital locally. And I was a nurse at his hospital for a while before deciding to pursue what I truly wanted to do. Which led me to run a bakery in our hometown. I wonder if I get bored easily? I started baking because it was something I wanted to do. But now I feel like I have burnout syndrome. Once I achieve a goal, I don't feel as passionate about it. You've always been like that, sister. But isn't that fine? There are people who can't even do what they want. So I respect you for being able to take action. It's nice to hear you say that, but what do you think? Given the circumstances, don't you think you're better suited to run the bakery? Why don't you take over? Really? I've wanted to try it, and if you're offering, then I'll take it on. I handed over the bakery I was managing to my sister, Elsa, and worked there part-time, wanting a more relaxed job. It was during this time that I met my current husband, who happened to visit the store. After 3 years of dating, we got married when I was 36. I'm Emma, and I'm getting married to Ben. Nice to meet you. Are you Robert's daughter? Yes, why? Did my son say anything strange when he greeted you? What's the matter? No, it's nothing if he didn't say anything odd. At that time, Ben's father was unusually deferential to me. I was curious about his attitude, so I asked my father when I got home. He used to work under me at my hospital. So, did he lie about running a small clinic when he came for the marriage proposal? I didn't want to unnecessarily scare him by revealing my circumstances. It's fine for now, we can talk about it properly later. But shouldn't we have been clear about it at that time? It was an unexpected fact. I had no idea that Ben's father was a former subordinate of my dad's. I thought it would have been better to be upfront about the facts during the marriage proposal. But little did I know that this decision would be greatly beneficial in the future. It's funny that your marriage partner is Kevin's child. It's not funny. It's fine, it'll come out soon anyway. At that time, I was surprised by the miraculous circumstances. But once married life began, it turned into a daily hell. Emma, why isn't dinner ready yet? Sorry, I got busy at work and dinner preparation got delayed. My mom would have left work early to prepare it properly. Why grilled fish? I've told you so many times that I like fried chicken. My mom always knew my favorites and prepared meals accordingly. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Such complaints went on and on every day, always about what his mom would do. At first, I went along with it reluctantly. But my husband's selfishness escalated with each passing day. Where are my underwear? What? My underwear, why haven't you prepared it? I can't change without it. Well, get it yourself. Huh? It's your job to take care of things around me, isn't it? Do it properly. Aren't you mistaken about something? You're an adult, not a child, right? So? Isn't this normal once you're married? That's not normal at all, you really need to stop. What kind of way is that to speak to your husband? The audacity was too much. He began to impose his ideals on me more and more, acting as if he was the lord of the house. He wouldn't help with household chores, and when he was home, he would just lie on the sofa doing nothing. I couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. If you say something ridiculous one more time, I'm going back to my parents' house.
Yeah.
Whatever. Do as you like. I said things like that to deflect my husband's selfishness, but his responses were cold throughout. Probably by then, his affection for me had faded. And after 2 years of not being able to visit our parents' houses for various reasons, including being busy with work, I discovered I was pregnant. It was a mystery how I could be pregnant when the affection between us had faded. And even the memory of it was vague. It seems I'm pregnant. Oh, really? That's how it is. It was sad to be met with such a cold attitude after announcing the pregnancy. I had hoped that having a child would change his feelings. But those hopes were dashed with his response. A few days after the pregnancy was discovered, a call came from my husband's family home. After taking the call, he shouted, "Why? How could this happen?" But after hanging up, he began to talk to me in a clearly depressed tone. It seems my dad has suddenly died. Heart attack. What? Why so suddenly? I don't know, Mom said it might have been from overwork. I was stunned by the sudden news. Anyway, they said to come to the hospital right away. We hurriedly prepared and headed to the hospital, but although I felt sad, there was a sense of emptiness inside me. I couldn't think of anything, feeling almost like I was going to a relative's funeral. I'm sorry for not visiting sooner, Mary. I never imagined Kevin would pass away so suddenly. Upon arriving at the hospital and greeting my mother-in-law, Mary, I wiped away the tears that had gathered in my eyes and started speaking with a composed voice. As I said on the phone, he died from overwork. He was trying to do everything by himself. By himself? But wasn't Ben there? I suppose Kevin didn't think he could rely on him yet? That's why he kept trying to do everything on his own. Is that so? That's why Ben was able to take time off so often. I began to feel a sense of sadness. The thoughts of my father-in-law's feelings and Ben's work situation were swirling in my head. The thought that he didn't trust Ben enough to leave things to him, trying to do everything on his own, made my heart ache. How are you feeling, Mary? Mary had been gradually progressing into dementia over the past few years. With her husband gone, I was worried that her condition might worsen. Mom's fine, now I have no choice but to do my best, right? What are you talking about? You won't be able to take over the clinic. It's in your father's will to have Mr. Johnson take over after he passed. Didn't you know? Huh? Is that so? So, I can just keep working at the clinic as usual, right? Yes, well, basically. Ben's face, which had been slightly annoyed a moment ago, suddenly relaxed completely. I could only feel distrust towards his attitude. Aren't you frustrated, Ben? About what? Because it was said that you couldn't be trusted with the responsibility. Not really, as long as I can work, that's fine. I always wonder, why is this person so disinterested in the world and so insensitive? Even when his own parents made such demeaning remarks about him, he responds so nonchalantly. Mary looked as if she had run out of patience seeing such Ben. Are you okay, Mother? Yes, I'm fine. I know what he's like. I spoiled him too much. Ben's mother seems to blame her upbringing, but to me, it felt like Ben's very nature was rotten. It was to the point where I felt she didn't need to apologize at all. After the funeral, life went back to normal. And the thought of being subjected to my husband's unreasonable whims again made me feel disheartened. The taste is different from my mom's stew. Get ready by 5 a.m. and wake me up. The unreasonable demands increased. And since the clinic's leadership changed from his father to someone else, Ben's whims were no longer indulged, leading to a stricter work schedule and more irritation from him than ever. It felt more and more like he was taking his frustrations out on me. Ben, I'm 8 months pregnant now, you can see if you look at my belly. It's gotten quite big. Can't you start doing things on your own? I'm not your slave. Huh? Pregnant or not, you're my wife, right? You need to do your duty as a wife. Enough already. Everything you say is about Mom. Comparing me to your mother and then imposing your ideals on me is crazy. You lack consideration for others. Our emotional clashes escalated day by day. The stress put such a strain on me that one day, in my 8th month, I collapsed from stress and was rushed to the hospital. I nearly miscarried. Despite knowing the circumstances, Ben remained indifferent and quickly left after completing the hospital admission procedures. You need to divorce that husband of yours soon. If you keep this up, you're endangering yourself. Really, if it affects the child, it would be terrible.
Yeah,
I know. I think it'll be resolved soon. I was so glad to hear my parents caring for me. I had been reluctant to say, I want a divorce myself. I don't know why I was so stubborn, but thanks to my parents, I was able to let go of that stubbornness and decided to tell my husband about the divorce the next time he visited. But something unexpected happened. He hadn't visited me at all during my hospital stay. But on the day I gave birth after reaching the 9th month, he showed up confidently. Lightly jabbing at my tired body from childbirth, Ben started talking flippantly. Emma, can we get a divorce after all? Huh? Why? I've found someone else. She treats me way better than you, and I'm happy now. Instead of me bringing it up, my husband was the one to mention divorce. And for such a reason, claiming his current life was happy. My patience finally snapped. Oh really? Do as you please, I've been wanting to divorce you too. Is that so? Sorry. I'll make sure to pay child support and compensation, let's end this amicably. What is he talking about? He thinks life will go on smoothly as before? He'd better brace himself. The stress I've endured from the time of my marriage has been greater than I imagined. Enough to harbor hatred towards my husband. After a provoking call from my husband, I learned that his current wife's father had connections with my own father. Considering this situation, I began to plot my revenge. I planned to use my father's influence to completely ruin my husband's life. Sometime after giving birth, I moved back to my parents' house with my child and left our previous home. Ben paid me about $100,000 in a lump sum for child support and compensation, believing we had amicably divorced. I discussed future plans with my father, who was somewhat aware of the situation. My father also seemed to be considering revenge against my ex-husband and made a proposal. For now, shall we pull Ben into our hospital? What? Dad, what are you talking about? That would ruin the hospital's reputation. Don't worry, we can handle that. If we really want to punish that idiot, having him close to us would make it easier to press him to his limits. What are you thinking? Questioning my father's insinuating actions, he revealed a shocking fact. Did you ever wonder whose child you were carrying when you found out you were pregnant? Now that you mention it, I couldn't figure it out. When you married Ben, it spread as a rumor among other hospitals. I heard through the grapevine that he was instructed on how to use a sperm bank. According to the rumors, he said, I want to test if it really leads to pregnancy on my wife. What? Is that even possible? That's a crime. What was he thinking? Wait, so? I suspect that bastard tried it on you. I don't remember anything like that. That seems more likely. But why? Maybe he wanted a divorce? That makes no sense. Why would getting me pregnant achieve that? He must have wanted some sort of trigger, and pregnancy seemed the most suitable. My father was furious. It was the first time I saw my calm and kind father with such an angry face. Ben had done something that was understandably infuriating to my father, and it felt inevitable that my father would want to trap Ben in return. Whether the rumor my father heard was true or not, given the pregnancy I couldn't recall initiating, I had to believe it. I felt incredibly sad. Was this pregnancy unwanted? I wondered if it was truly the destiny for this child to be born, and I couldn't stop crying. You shouldn't be sad. The child was meant to be born, that's why you had him. The child is innocent, make sure to give him a happy life. My father's words were comforting. Yes, the child is innocent. If this life was meant to be born, then I should pour all my love into making him happy. But that ignited a fierce anger towards my ex-husband for playing with life for his own sake. Dad, I'm not sure how we're going to crush him, but let's do it thoroughly. I'll also do whatever I can for revenge. Of course, I'm a doctor who's fulfilled my duties. Did you think I'd stay silent after what he did to my precious daughter? Both my father and I reached the peak of our resentment towards Ben. A few days later, as my father declared, he scouted Ben to work at his hospital. And on his first day, my father, Ben, and I had a meeting. Long time no see. It's good for you, getting scouted by this hospital. Huh? Why are you here, and? It's been a while, Ben. I'm counting on you to work well in our hospital from now on. Wait, but Robert, you said you were the head of a small clinic. Sorry about that. I didn't want to shock you then and didn't find the right opportunity to tell you the truth until today. My father exerted considerable pressure on Ben. Just a moment ago, he seemed elated about working as a nurse at a general hospital. But his expression gradually darkened, giving off an increasingly uncomfortable vibe. Yes, I'll do my best. Just remember, if you do anything to tarnish our reputation, you're out of here immediately. My father said this in a somewhat light-hearted tone, but his eyes were serious. Ben seemed to realize this and responded with a forced smile throughout. As days went by, it was visibly clear that Ben was becoming more exhausted. The attacks from a senior nurse at work and the cold treatment from colleagues due to his incompetence seemed to be taking a mental toll on him. He felt his freedom was more restricted than at his previous clinic. And he was significantly more stressed. How's it going? I've heard from others that you've been making a lot of mistakes lately. Are you getting too tired? Yes. I see. Well, it's important to take breaks, so make sure you take some time off. My father occasionally tried to boost Ben's morale with such remarks. But Ben's incompetence was worse than expected. He failed to do proper handovers before taking leave, and made noticeable mistakes in patient records, leading to complaints from patients and tarnishing his reputation within the hospital. Eventually, my father had no choice but to fire Ben. Please wait, I beg you. If I'm let go from here, I can't return to my family's clinic. You should understand by now how much you're damaging people's trust by working here, given you can barely do your job. What do you mean? I know. You were already abandoned by Mr. Johnson before coming here. With your reputation this damaged, no clinic in the area would hire you even if you applied. Please wait, I really won't have anywhere to go if you do this to me. You accepted the scout from this hospital without understanding your own capabilities. Didn't you? Please, I'll do anything, even menial tasks. Can't you just keep me here? That's impossible. Unfortunately, you're fired starting tomorrow, so don't come back. This was my father's revenge. Ben had already been given up on by his father and Mr. Johnson, who took over the clinic later. Everyone was fed up with Ben's inability to work, looking for ways to deal with him. And then, my triumphant moment began. Emma, I got fired. I have nowhere to go now. And after paying you the compensation in one lump sum, I'm barely scraping by. Plus, my mom's dementia is getting worse. I really need help. Can't we work something out? No, leave. I'm not helping. Please, I can't handle this on my own. Why should I? Don't you have a wife? About that. What about it? We got divorced. I thought so. You did to her what you did to me, right? Ben was speechless. He was beginning to understand the extent of the harm his actions had caused. Isn't this just karma? While looking down on Ben, who was now utterly defeated, I slammed some documents in front of him. This is for damages. You could have been arrested for what you did. Understand that. How do you know about this? Don't underestimate the connections in the medical industry. Everything you did to me is well known over here. After that, I contacted the clinic where Ben had gone to the sperm bank, as my father had referred me, to get the full details. It seems Ben indeed inseminated me while I was asleep to test if artificial insemination could work. After learning this fact, I gathered clear evidence, including testimonies and warnings from the clinic's doctor advising against such a dangerous act, and submitted it to the court. As a result, I was able to claim damages and slammed those documents in front of Ben. Wait, I don't have any money. Pay up. Or would you prefer I go to the police and have you arrested? Which will it be? You're kidding, right? Why is this happening to me? This is all you're doing. Can you compensate for the emotional turmoil you've caused me? Let alone understand the feelings of the child born out of your selfishness? Do you have any idea how I felt discovering the truth? Enough with the jokes. You played with human lives so carelessly, you deserve this. I don't even want to see your face anymore, just disappear. I let out all the pent-up feelings I had been holding inside towards Ben. The compassionate feelings for my child were so strong. They made the harassment due to Ben's mom issues seem insignificant. As I yelled at Ben, anger filled my eyes. But tears streamed down my face as I sobbed and vented my frustration. Ben, perhaps overwhelmed by my intensity, cowered and prostrated himself on the floor. I'm truly sorry. I now really understand how you felt and how much you had to endure my whims. I've also realized how kind you were. So please, I'm not asking to get back together, but I need some support. I've run out of money, and if things stay this way, I can't even afford housing. It's too late for anything now, please just go. I can't stand to see you anymore, I hate you, just leave. My final shout seemed to hit Ben directly, and with that force. He fell on his butt from his prostrating position. I'm sorry. He muttered in a barely audible voice, then quickly vanished from the scene like a ghost. Since then, I've cut off all contact with Ben and haven't seen him. Afterward, Ben's mother's dementia worsened significantly, requiring her to be placed in a facility. Ben, inept as ever, struggled to make ends meet with non-medical jobs, failing at every turn. Mom, I've had to sell the family home. And now I can only afford to live in a $200 rent apartment. Was I always this incompetent at work? It's so humiliating. I feel like crying. Ben appeared severely emaciated and mentally broken, clearly affected by his inability to provide or work efficiently. Who are you, calling me Mom all this time? After Ben's father passed away, his mother's dementia progressed rapidly. It worsened day by day, and recently, even though she had barely managed to recognize Ben, she finally reached a point where her cognition became so impaired that she could no longer recognize him at all. Mom, you're joking, right? The dementia has progressed this far. We heard about their dire situation through the grapevine within the medical community. Though I'd like to say Ben deserved for what came to him. Involving his kind mother made me feel guilty. Yet, all I could do was pity them, feeling frustrated that there was nothing more I could do. Despite feeling sorry for his mother, I couldn't bring myself to support Ben in any way. It's been 3 years, and Matt has grown so much. I'm thinking of moving out of this house. Are you sure? Your mother and I wouldn't mind you staying. And we'd actually prefer it if you did. My father said this, but my sister was getting married. And her husband offered to join our family as a son-in-law, considering our small family. Considering it would be inconvenient for me to stay at home, I decided to move out. What? You're moving out, Emma?
Yeah.
It's awkward to stay at home forever. Especially when your husband is so good with kids and even takes care of mine. I guess so, but I'll feel lonely without you. After that, I visited the real estate agency that had helped me when I set up my bakery to look for a property. Emma? Is that you? God? What are you doing here? This is my dad's company. No way, I had no idea. Well, Miller isn't exactly an uncommon last name, so it's easy to miss. It turned out that the real estate agency was run by the father of a close male friend from high school. He had joined the company after I had a land contract for my bakery. There's no way I could have known that. It feels nostalgic, doesn't it? How about we gather the old gang and have a mini reunion? The reunion was decided on a whim. And catching up with old friends brought back many memories and stories, making for an enjoyable time. From there, Scott and I grew closer. He listened intently to the hardships I'd endured with my ex-husband. And I ended up crying as I recalled those times. He did his best to comfort me. Sorry for bringing up such a gloomy topic and crying at the reunion. But just remembering it makes me cry. Let's stop that. I understand how you feel. Now, let's just enjoy some happy drinks. After he said that, I couldn't stop crying for a while. He hugged me, and I cried into his chest until I had no more tears left. I'm sorry, thank you. I said that and then grabbed the new beer that was ordered, chugging it down in one go. Determined to forget the past, we enjoyed the night. Scott and I started dating that day, and a month later, we had a whirlwind wedding. If you're looking for a place to live with your child, you could just move into my family's home. Let's live together. His words were a proposal. Now, we live happily in his family's home, who are well-known landlords in the area, building a happy family life with our new child.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Do you even understand what you're saying? Of course, I understand. Then he lets out a big sigh. So, you're saying we're going to be out of work from now on? A woman like that is worthless, right? Yeah, that's right. It seemed our son, who had been listening, walked into the living room. His face was grinning. Isn't that a bit too harsh to say? Huh? What are you talking about? You're going to be useless from now on. Useless. It's not that surprising. Honestly, it's embarrassing that such a person was my mother. Hey. Don't be so blunt with the truth. He was a stepson from a remarriage. Seeing the ugliness of these two, I even thought that they might have been the reason for the divorce. The verbal abuse towards me did not cease. To think that such a person was my mom. Don't say that. Isn't it sad? But it's the truth. The two of them were getting excited as if I wasn't there. Thinking that I had devoted my life to such people made me feel hopeless. Then, suddenly, they turned their attention to me. By the way, how long are you going to stay in the house? That's true. What do you have to say about that? Huh? You don't understand anything. A woman who can't earn a penny should get out of this house. Dad's right. I can't stand being married to someone ugly like you anymore. Get out, you mean divorce? What else would it be? I married you because you said your father was a company president. Having been told so much already, there was no need for me to hold back anymore. It seemed the happy times were before we got married. If you're going to say that, I'll leave. Are you satisfied now? That's what I wanted to hear. I don't want to see your face, so please leave quickly. Are you really okay with this? Stop nagging and just go. At this point, I could only be amazed by their stupidity. Moreover, these two were forgetting the most important thing. You'll regret this, you know? As if. Stop whining. The lie I just told was the last chance I gave them. I wondered what their reaction would be if they knew my annual income was $13 million. Well then, goodbye. With only a small bag, I left the house. The real battle starts now. I would make them taste hell for everything they had done until now. I am Jenny, 42 years old this year. And last year, I got married for the second time in my life. The first time was in my 20s. My family was against it, but I married anyway. Are you really okay with this? I've decided for myself. If anything happens, you can always come back home. Mother. It's because you pamper her like this. But she is our only daughter after all. All right. Then I left my parents' house and started living in a different town. At first, I thought my married life was going well without any problems. However, changes started to appear about 10 years into the marriage. Huh? What do you mean by that? I told you just now, right? Divorce. What are you suddenly talking about? It's been 10 years since we got married, and you show no sign of taking over the company. Maybe it was a mistake because we were opposed. At this point, I understood everything. The reason he married me was just for my money. It was a mistake to marry someone like you. I see. If that's what you want, I don't mind. But since I rented this house, please leave quickly. Huh? Don't joke with me. Why not? It's obvious. I lived here too, you know. It's truly astounding that he would say something like this. For now, I decided to leave the house. Continuing to argue would only be troublesome. Eventually, I was able to get a divorce with the help of a lawyer. My main concern was my parents. Contrary to my worries, both my father and mother were kind. So it's come to this, huh? Sorry. Well, it's okay. We were the ones who allowed the marriage. So, what will you do now? How about working at our company? Huh? My father was the president of a trading company. I had chosen a different job because there was something else I wanted to do. Initially hesitant, I decided to accept my father's offer, feeling I had caused enough trouble. So, I started working at my father's company. However, I said I'd work, but I didn't hear anything about this. Is that so? My apologies. Anyway, I'm counting on you from now on. I began learning from my father as a sort of secretary. The reason being, my father eventually considered me as his successor. I hadn't anticipated this, but by then, I had no right to refuse. Half a year into this new lifestyle, to alleviate the stress of work, I started going to a bar alone. That's where I met Scott, my current husband. You dropped this. Huh? Thank you. I saw Scott drop his wallet as he was leaving the bar, so I handed it back to him. Please be careful from now on. Yes. Thank you. Scott thanked me and left the bar. 3 days later, I encountered Scott again at the bar. Thank you for the other day. From before. Is your wallet okay? It's fine. May I sit next to you? Please do. We chatted and got along well. After talking for about an hour. So, how about we exchange contact information? Contact information? Sure. I was drunk and felt bold enough to agree. From that day on, we became like friends who would drink together at the bar. I wasn't particularly looking for anything more, but the companionship felt comfortable. It was about 6 months after meeting Scott. While we were drinking at the bar as usual. If it's okay with you. What is it? Well, would you go out with me? Go out? What? I hadn't expected him to say such a thing. I hadn't felt that way at all. I appreciate the sentiment, but... Is it absolutely no? I thought. What should I answer? After hesitating for a while. Then, how about we try it out? If that's the case. Honestly, I thought this might be good for both of us. Then, I look forward to it. Me, too. So, we started dating on a trial basis. At that time, I was 40 years old, and Scott was 44. Despite the age difference, Scott looked much younger. Since our relationship had already been somewhat established, there was no need to be overly cautious. When I first went to Scott's house. Excuse me. It's small, but make yourself at home. I encountered a surprising situation. Entering the living room, I saw a middle school-aged boy sitting on the sofa. Who is this? Sorry, I hadn't explained yet. This is my son, Alex. Say hello. Hi. I hadn't expected him to have a son. We ended up drinking, and it turns out Scott had divorced in his 20s. The child from that marriage was Alex. At first, Alex was standoffish, but as we met more often, he seemed to open up. Before I knew it, a year, then 2 years had passed, and I was 41 years old. By the way, Jenny, what do you do for work? Well, it's kind of administrative. I'm like that, but my father is the president of a company. What? You're working at your father's company? Huh? Did I say something weird? No, not at all. Right? Yeah. I tried to say it as a joke, but the two of them reacted more than I expected. Then they started whispering to each other. Is something wrong? Nothing. At that time, I thought they were just surprised by what I said. But it was after we got married that Scott showed his true colors. That day ended with an indescribable feeling. A rapid development occurred a week later. Scott proposed to me at the bar where we met. I want you to marry me. I'm really happy, but am I really okay? What about Alex? Actually, it was his idea to begin with. Really? Of course, I wanted to marry you too. Can I have a little time to think? Understood. After returning home, I immediately called my father. Marriage? Yeah. I'm of age now. I can decide on my future myself. If you say so, I won't stop you. Thank you. Just. There's something important I need to tell you. So, come home next time. The next day, being a holiday, I went home as my father had asked. So, what's the matter? Listen carefully. I'm thinking of making you the president of our company. You've learned a lot from me, haven't you? No, that's too soon, isn't it? Of course, I don't mean to leave everything to you right away. I plan to support you as the chairman. His eyes were serious. My father was over 70 years old, and I couldn't rely on him forever. Understood. Really? Will you do it? I don't have confidence, but there are many employees. I'll do my best in everything I can. The days that followed were like a whirlwind. I worked hard, though I was not used to the job. However, I felt like I was forgetting something important. I thought, what was it? I hadn't checked my smartphone for the last few days. As expected, there were many missed calls from Scott. Sorry, I've been busy with work. I was worried. Are you free tomorrow night? Yes, I am. Then, let's meet at the usual bar. The next day, I gave my answer to the proposal. It's late, but please take care of me from now on. So, that means? Yes. After submitting the marriage registration, we started living together. Since the three of us were going to live together, we decided to move at my suggestion. Alex also became a college student. I thought a happy life for the three of us was about to begin, but the atmosphere gradually started to change. I began to notice this a month later. By the way, Jenny's dad is a president, right? Yes, but... So, that means you'll eventually become the president too, right? I felt a sense of discomfort with Scott being so eager about it and hid the fact that I was already the president. Well, I don't know when that will be. But it must be soon, right? Maybe. He kept asking regularly if I had become the president yet. Being asked so many times was tiring for me. You keep asking, but is there something? No, nothing special. Is that so? He stopped asking so frequently after that. I thought things might settle down, but my work as president got busier. You've been coming home late recently, what are you doing? What do you mean? I'm working. Even so, isn't it too late? I don't think so. Scott started taking out his frustration on me. Not only when I came home late from work, but he also found fault with me over trivial matters. Despite not being married for long, our relationship was deteriorating. During such a time. Huh? That's what I'm talking about. The tuition for Alex. I thought you were going to pay for that. I might have said that, but we're a couple, aren't we? We need to support each other. I understood what he was saying, but he had mentioned he was saving for Alex's tuition fees. That means, he might have spent it on something else. You didn't spend it on something, did you? Of course not. While we were having this conversation, Alex conveniently arrived. What's going on? Actually, your mom seems to have spent the money that was for your tuition. What? What are you talking about? Seriously? That's not true at all. There's no reason for me to spend it in the first place. Despite what I said, Alex glared at me. So, please take care of it. This was the first time I felt like punching someone. Both of them weren't listening to reason. Although I could pay without a problem, I was curious about what he had actually spent the money on if he really had. Noticing he was wearing a watch he doesn't usually wear caught my attention. I'm not particularly interested in watches, but my father loves them, which is why I recognized it. I don't mind paying, but can I ask you something? What? Where did you get that watch? This? I've had it for a while. I wasn't asking when you got it. Scott had a look of regret on his face. I wondered if he spent the money on that watch. But you didn't spend it on that, right? What? Don't talk nonsense. Angry, Scott stormed off to his room. I don't know what happened, but please take care of the tuition. I wished it had ended there, but the situation wasn't so simple. Misunderstanding something, Scott's spending became even more reckless. He never touched Alex's tuition money, but he kept asking me for money instead. Manage your own expenses. Money doesn't grow on trees. Don't be so stingy. Stingy? That's not the issue here. Anyway, I need money. I told you before that my parents are sick, right? I heard that, but first, we need to understand the situation. I tried to make a call, but Scott slapped the smartphone out of my hand. What are you doing? Don't meddle in unnecessary matters. Huh? It's normal to check the situation. Then forget it. Wait. Where are you going? Doesn't matter where. It was already past 10 p.m. Eventually, Scott left. I was so tired, I didn't want to think anymore. Waiting seemed foolish, so I decided to go to bed. I'm not sure how long I slept, but I was awakened by someone calling me. Who said you could sleep? What now? Just get up. He forcefully dragged me out of bed. From his appearance, he seemed drunk. You're drunk, aren't you? That doesn't matter. It does matter. Ah. You're so annoying. I couldn't understand why he woke me up. So, what do you want? I almost forgot. Lend me some money. Again? And this time, you can't ignore it. Huh? According to Scott, he had taken a loan from a consumer finance company. He started borrowing after I last refused. And I put your name down as the guarantor. What have you done? So, if we can't pay it back, they might contact your company. I was speechless at the shocking revelation. I never imagined he would go this far. Moreover, upon further discussion, I found out there was a debt of over $10,000. Since we weren't short on money, I paid off the debt the next day. When I reported this to Scott. Oh, so you paid it off. Please don't do something like this again. That's up to you, isn't it? What do you plan to do next? Nothing. Just Maybe you could lend me some money from time to time. After all, you're the daughter of a president. Scott quickly took $300 from me and then disappeared into the night. I felt like I was becoming a slave to Scott. However, that wasn't the only problem. After Scott left the house, Alex came back. Huh? Where's Dad? He went out a little while ago. Well, I'm going to bed then. Alex stopped me. Wait a minute. Do you know what Dad is doing? What do you mean? So, you don't know? He's probably with a woman right now. What? He's cheating? Probably. Well, you not noticing it all this time is pathetic. Alex, explain yourself properly. Why don't you ask him directly? Alex then went to his room and locked the door. I knocked several times, wanting to hear more. However, there was no response. But I didn't give up. Eventually, Alex unlocked the door and came out. About what you said earlier. I already told you. Ask him yourself. What Alex said next left me in despair. I've never acknowledged you as my mother anyway. I was stunned. Though I had been treated poorly before, I had always treated him as if he were my own child. And to be spoken to like this. Why are you standing there looking stupid? You're in the way. The door was closed again. I spent the entire night on the living room sofa, unable to sleep. Scott didn't return until 7 a.m. the next morning. Hey. Don't sleep here. Oh. I'm off today, so I'm going to sleep. Wait. What? I heard from Alex. Are you cheating? Huh? No way. Stop saying such ridiculous things. As he moved towards his room, a faint scent similar to perfume wafted from him. I pondered what I should do next. Should we continue to live together as a couple, as a family? I decided to enact a certain plan. A month later, Scott stopped going to work. He didn't seem ill. Hey, what about work? I quit. What? I figured I don't need to work. You'll become the president eventually. I was baffled by his words, but Scott's wish had unwittingly been fulfilled. Was this punishment for not telling him I had become the president? But dwelling on it now was pointless. What mattered was deciding what to do next. Scott's behavior only worsened from there. If you're not doing anything at home, why don't you look for a new job? Why should I? Because you have nothing else to do. To them, I was no longer a wife or a mother. I had become nothing more than an ATM, dispensing money for them to enjoy themselves while I ate cold, lonely meals. I thought it was time to end this. As usual, when I returned home from work, they were both there. What's going on? Just have a seat. Then the lights went off. Alex came in with a cake, accompanied by cheerful music. Happy birthday. I had completely forgotten, but indeed, today was my birthday. Scott then gave me a cosmetic set I had wanted for a while as a present. The joy of this moment almost made me forgive them both. Suddenly, it's not like such a thing can be done. Yet, the fact that my troubled heart felt lighter was true. I had thought our family's relationship would start to improve from here on. The next day. You had enough fun yesterday, right? Let's continue as usual from today. He said this while holding out his hand. It meant he wanted money. Enough is enough. How long do you plan to keep this up? What? Forever. It would be a better life once you become the president, wouldn't it? He is truly despicable. I chose him, but I never thought it would come to this. I can't right now. Wait a bit. Hurry up. I said this to pacify the situation. I need to seriously find a way out of this. Of course, I thought about consulting my parents many times. But I didn't. Or rather, I couldn't. If I shared my troubles with my parents, I would surely rely on them too much. That was something I wanted to avoid at all costs. One day, when I returned from work, the two of them were not at home. I thought, how long should I keep doing this? Then, I noticed a letter on the table. It said they went on a trip together. Not only that, they took my credit card with them. I hadn't noticed because I usually don't use it. I was at my breaking point. I couldn't stand being manipulated by these two any longer. On the night they returned from the trip, I confronted Scott about it. I'm not free either. Make it quick. He seemed irritated from the start. I took a deep breath. You took my card with you, right? That's basically theft. About that. I made good use of it. Do you realize that what you did is a crime? Huh? What are you talking about? Talking further seemed pointless. At this point, I decided to say something. Fine. Let's drop that topic. There's something more important to talk about. What is it? Actually, my father's company might be going under. Huh? It might collapse. Hearing this, Scott cursed more vilely than I'd ever seen before. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Do you even understand what you're saying? Of course, I understand. Then he lets out a big sigh. So, you're saying we're going to be out of work from now on? A woman like that is worthless, right? Yeah, that's right. It seemed our son, who had been listening, walked into the living room. His face was grinning. Isn't that a bit too harsh to say? Huh? What are you talking about? You're going to be useless from now on. Useless. It's not that surprising. Honestly, it's embarrassing that such a person was my mom. Hey. Don't be so blunt with the truth. He was a stepson from a remarriage. Seeing the ugliness of these two, I even thought that they might have been the reason for the divorce. The verbal abuse towards me did not cease. To think that such a person was my mom. Don't say that. Isn't it sad? But it's the truth. The two of them were getting excited as if I wasn't there. Thinking that I had devoted my life to such people made me feel hopeless. Then, suddenly, they turned their attention to me. By the way, how long are you going to stay in the house? That's true. What do you have to say about that? Huh? You don't understand anything. A woman who can't earn a penny should get out of this house. Dad's right. I can't stand being married to someone ugly like you anymore. Get out, you mean divorce? What else would it be? I married you because you said your father was a company president. Having been told so much already, there was no need for me to hold back anymore. It seemed the happy times were before we got married. If you're going to say that, I'll leave. Are you satisfied now? That's what I wanted to hear. I don't want to see your face, so please leave quickly. Are you really okay with this? Enough already. Just go. I couldn't help but be astounded by their stupidity. Moreover, they're forgetting the most important thing. You'll regret this, you know? As if. Stop nagging. The lie I just told was the last chance I gave them. They no longer had any affection for me, only seeing me for my money. I wonder what their reaction would be if they knew my annual income was $13 million. I chuckled to myself. Well then, goodbye. I packed a few belongings and left the house. Now the real show begins. I went straight back to my parents' house. I'm home. What's this all of a sudden? No contact or anything. Well, a lot has happened. You're not going to start talking about divorce again, are you? Hearing those words made me flinch. It seems my father could see through everything. How can I be so bad at judging people? You do well in your job, though. You're going to say that? Well, it's true. After that, I explained everything to my father. He didn't blame me, just listened and nodded. Have you thought about what to do next? First, I need to get a divorce. I've had enough of marriage for a lifetime. I see. From now on, I'll just focus on working for the company. Returning to my parents' house felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. For a moment, it seemed I could focus on my work. That was until Scott started calling incessantly. I didn't answer his calls. 3 days later, Alex called. What? Where are you? Why should I tell you? You're the ones who wanted this. Anyway, it's a big mess here. I knew the cause without having to ask. What Alex shared was purely the result of their own actions. Please, help us. Debt collectors are at the house. All I could do was sigh. And, aren't you a mom? For now, yes. But that's ending soon. I'm consulting with a lawyer about the divorce. Alex begged, sounding almost tearful. There's nothing I can do. Where's Scott in all this? I don't know. He hasn't come back since yesterday. I see. But that's not my problem anymore. Goodbye. I hung up. Though I felt a bit sorry for Alex, this was all the result of their recklessness. However, I was curious about where Scott had gone. A week later, as I was leaving for work, I encountered Scott. What are you doing here? Please, I need your help. Huh? How did you even find this place? I went through the boxes at home. You went to all that trouble. But sorry. I won't help you. Wait. Scott looked disheveled, his clothes wrinkled and hair unkempt, likely from avoiding debt collectors. I've left everything to my lawyer, and don't come here again. Please, your father is a president, right? Ah, about that. I decided to tell Scott the truth. Actually, I am the president. Huh? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. So, the company going under was, of course, a lie. It was all to test you. If you had said something more reasonable back then. Scott's face turned paler by the second. That's a lie. It's not a lie. My current annual income is $13 million. What? To be honest, I do have a lot of money, but I don't have a single penny to give to you. Can you disappear from here now? I'm going to be late for work. If you have so much money, paying off a debt of $30,000 shouldn't be a big deal. That much? It shouldn't hurt you at all. This is a waste of time. If I'm late, it'll be a loss to the company. Do you think $30,000 is all it will cost? Damn it. Can you disappear from my sight by the time I count to 10? Wait. 10, 9, 8. You'll regret this later. Saying so, Scott fled from the scene. Then, my father appeared from the back. Was there some trouble? Nothing much. I'm off to work now. Wait a minute. What? If you're in trouble, remember you can always talk to me. Thank you. With that, I headed to work. Afterwards, I was able to successfully divorce Scott. Thanks to explaining everything to the lawyer in detail, I also managed to claim back the money that was taken and used without my permission. I'm done being manipulated by those people. Hello? Mom? Dad went over to your place, right? Yes, he came by the other day. What about it? Where is he now? Who knows? You really don't know? I don't. The call ended abruptly. It seemed Scott had abandoned even his own son and disappeared. However, it wasn't long before Scott's whereabouts were discovered through the lawyer. Apparently, he was hiding at his parents' house. Scott's parents, sensing something was wrong, had contacted the police. What do you really want? Unable to bear it any longer, I called Scott after he caused trouble for everyone. Jenny? What, you've decided to help me? No. It's because you're being so irresponsible. Causing trouble even for your parents. I am. The only thing I can say is that you should atone for your sins from now on. Scott's life became hellish afterward. He was reportedly working hard every day to repay his debts. As for Alex, it seems he ended up living with Scott's parents. I thought, well, I expected as much. Afterwards, I settled everything and focused on my work. Cutting ties with Scott and his family freed my heart. Now, I'll enjoy life for myself and for my company's sake, free from their influence.
Hey, what are you doing? Open up. Huh? Why don't you just stay here for a while? I was locked in the basement by my husband's child. I tried many times to open the basement door, but it wouldn't budge. Originally, I had an accident and was in a motorized wheelchair. So, I couldn't move around well, let alone smoothly. It's cold. Well, of course, it is. The temperature right now is 28 degrees. Why are you doing this? Then, my son began to laugh loudly. I've been irritated with you for a long time. What? Acting like a mother. Maybe you'll turn into a mummy staying down here? What are you thinking? I'm going on a trip for 3 nights and 4 days. So, just hang in there until I get back. Please, let me out of here. My desperate cries did not reach my son. Only the sound of his footsteps fading away could be heard. I had no choice but to despair, being unable to do anything. 4 days passed since I was locked up, and my son returned from his trip. What the heck is this? Realizing something was terribly wrong, he hurried to the basement. A shocking scene awaited him as he cautiously looked into the basement. A grand revenge began, irrespective of the stunned son standing by. My name is Tiffany, and I currently work in sales at a cosmetics company. I got married when I was 30. What was different about this marriage was that my husband, Justin, had a child. When we decided to get married, my parents were strongly against it. Marrying someone with a child will definitely bring hardship. Your father is right. But I want to marry him. I pleaded for hours. At first, they wouldn't agree, but I didn't give up talking. And eventually, they allowed the marriage. If you're that determined, I won't stop you. Thank you. The reason I chose Justin, who had a child, was that I felt very comfortable with him. From the first time we met, we got along well because we shared the same hobbies and likes, such as outdoor activities. We met at a bar I frequently visited. By chance, we sat next to each other and ordered the same drink, which led to a casual conversation. After meeting several times, we exchanged contact information. Soon after, Justin contacted me, and we went out for a meal. And this child is? Actually, he's my son. Oh? Your son. His name is Sean, and he's 10 years old this year. I see. I was at a loss for words, not able to catch up with the conversation. Sensing this, my husband said something surprising. I brought my son today because there's a reason. What reason? I want to date you with the intention of getting married. Although I had thought about dating, I hadn't imagined marriage yet. But being told so earnestly, I gradually became happy, and eventually, we started dating. Since then, the 3 of us often went out together. It seems Sean has grown quite fond of you. I hope so. Why don't we ask him? Sean, come here for a moment. What is it, Dad? Sean, would you be happy if Tiffany became your mom? After showing a thoughtful look, he quickly smiled. I would be really happy. See? That's what he said.
Yeah.
I was very happy and felt a bit shy. This was about 6 months after we met. A week later, I received a formal proposal and we got married. After our marriage, the 3 of us rented a detached house. Looking up at our new home, I imagined a happy family life ahead. However, that life gradually took a strange turn. Until then, my relationship with my son had been good, but suddenly, He became cold towards me. I'm sorry, but it looks like I'll have to go on business trips more often. Business trips? For long? Well, I don't think it'll be for too long, but I might be away from home more often. My relationship with my son was good before we got married. But understandably, I felt anxious about being alone with him right after getting married. Then, one morning, after we had started spending more time together, it happened. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? I don't want to. After that, he wouldn't even respond when I spoke to him. Suddenly faced with this situation, I wondered if I had done something wrong and decided to consult with my husband, who had just returned from a business trip. Aren't you overthinking it? But it's so sudden. If I did something wrong, I want to apologize. But you don't remember doing anything, right? That's true, but worrying too much might just make things weirder.
Yeah,
I guess. That's when I realized something. My son had been taking piano lessons. Something my husband wanted for him because he had learned to play the piano as a child himself. He said it was good for the brain to work with your hands. See you next week, Aaron. Yes. See you then.
yeah,
He was always smiling when it came to his piano teacher. Even looking at him recently, he seemed happiest in her presence. Why? When my husband was home, my son would talk to me casually. But as soon as my husband went on a business trip, our conversation ceased. He would only leave his room for meals and baths, passing by me as if he couldn't hear me at all. I tried consulting with my husband again, but there was no sign of improvement in our relationship. As time went on, my son eventually became a college student. What should we do from here? Are you talking about Sean? Yes. Before we knew it, we've come this far. Sean is an adult now, not a child anymore. I know, but according to my husband, we shouldn't worry too much. Sure, someday he'll leave the house and be on his own. But I still wanted to improve our relationship. Our conversation about it ended inconclusively. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand why he might hate me, so I decided to ask my son directly. Is there something troubling you? Huh? Why are you asking all of a sudden? We haven't talked much recently, and I thought maybe something happened. My son sighed heavily and answered as if it were a hassle. Can you just not talk to me? I have nothing to say to you. You don't have to say that. Then, my son said something shocking. I've hated you from the first time we met. What? I don't like the way you look down on people. I was speechless after being spoken to so harshly. Then, my husband, noticing something was wrong, came over. What's going on here? Nothing. That can't be true. What did you say to her? I just said I hated her. What's so bad about that? You said what? Apologize to her. My husband spoke sternly, trying to admonish our son. However, our son began to talk back even to him. Why should I? Are you being fooled by this woman? Don't say such nonsense. My son continued to resist without backing down. If you're going to say that, then I'll just leave. That's fine, right? Hey, where are you going? Wait. He left the house. And with that, my son's rebellion became even more intense. Aren't you going to chase after him? No. Let's just leave him be for now. He'll come back eventually. Despite the harsh words, he was still my dear son. I wanted to chase after him, but I chose to wait, believing he would return soon. However, my son did not come back the next night. Unable to stay put, I went outside. He's not around the house, is he? Regretting my impulsive decision to come out, I then saw my son emerging from a house. I quickly hid behind a pole. What's he doing here? I stayed hidden until he disappeared into the darkness. The house he came out of was the piano school he had attended years ago. It was already night, but I had unwittingly ended up on a familiar path. It had been years since I last came here. However, I couldn't understand why my son had come out of there. "Where have you been?" I immediately went home and asked my son. "Huh? Why do I have to tell you that?" Here, I decided to test the waters. "I thought I saw you around the piano school earlier." "Piano?" At that moment, his voice seemed to falter slightly. "What were you doing?" "I wasn't at such a place." "Why would I go to Aaron's place?" His response made me sure that I hadn't mistaken him. Sean had quit piano lessons as soon as he graduated from elementary school. Even though some time had passed since quitting, the fact that he was calling her by her first name instead of using teacher indicated they hadn't just met yesterday or today. "I see." Seemingly annoyed, he muttered under his breath. "Just shut up, will you?" Although I had already been under a lot of emotional strain, his words still shocked me. Just then, my husband came home at the perfect time. Seeing his father return, Sean retreated to his room. As Justin entered the living room, he had a somewhat exasperated expression. "Did he say something to you again?" "Huh? You can tell? It's obvious just by looking at your face." "So, what happened?" I told my husband about what our son had just said to me. Then, Justin gently placed his hand on my shoulder and spoke kindly. "I'm really sorry." "Why are you apologizing?" "Because I wasn't there to listen properly today. It's partly my fault. I've been away from home a lot on business trips. But it still hurts to hear things like that." As I murmured softly, my husband was about to go talk to our son. "Wait a minute." I grabbed his arm to stop him. "Why stop me?" "I have to talk to him. Just listen for a moment." I held him back because I had remembered something. It was about him coming out of the piano school. I wasn't mistaken, and I tested him by asking. "He called her name." "Piano?" "He used to go to lessons in elementary school, right?" "Yes." "I don't know when it started, but they seem to be on good terms." "But why would he?" "I can't figure out the reason either. Maybe we should just watch the situation a bit more." "I see. Maybe that's a good idea." I wanted to know the reason badly. Perhaps that was causing him to treat me so terribly. My wish was to solve this problem and improve our relationship with our son. I really want to make things right. "All right. I'll help out too. Let's work on this together."
Yeah.
Although I said this to my husband, I couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to it. So I decided to look into Aaron's background. For now, we decided to just keep an eye on our son. But when things go bad, they really go bad. On my way home from work, disaster struck. I was hit by a car that ran a red light while I was crossing the street, resulting in a traffic accident. "Are you okay?" "Sorry for this happening." "What are you talking about?" "I'm just glad you're safe." "But my legs." I had severely injured my back, resulting in spinal cord damage that left my legs completely immobile. "Does that mean you can't walk anymore?" I nodded silently. "I ended up being hospitalized for about half a year. You're busy with work, and now this. It's not your fault. But you have a business trip tomorrow, right?" "I'm fine, so you should go back and get ready." "Well, yes, but I'm really okay." "All right." He left the hospital room. I bit my lip, trying hard not to cry. It was the next day. My son came to visit me in the hospital. "How are you feeling?" "I can't move my legs, but otherwise, I'm okay." Then, my son gave an unpleasant smile. "Can't walk, huh? Now you're useless. You don't have to say that. Maybe Dad will divorce you now. Not that I would mind. His cruel words continued. I didn't talk back, just taking his words like a punching bag. As Sean seemed satisfied, he began to leave the hospital room. Just before exiting, he turned back to me. Well, do your best. I'm not up for caregiving. All I could do was watch his back as he left. Alone in the hospital room, I lay down and silently shed tears. I had never felt such pain in my life before. Then, as if on cue, Justin came to visit. I have something important to talk about today. Something important? I tensed up, remembering Sean's words and fearing that Justin might bring up divorce. However, what he said next was surprisingly reassuring. I've been thinking about buying a house. Our current one isn't barrier-free, and I know it's been tough for you. Maybe, but to do all that for me. It's okay. Of course, there was one thing on my mind, Sean. What does Sean think? I did talk to him about it, but he seemed disinterested. We hardly have proper conversations these days. I see. While I was hospitalized, Justin had been looking for a new home. It was true that our old house was inconvenient given my wheelchair. Building a new house would have taken too much time. 2 weeks later, Justin visited and revealed he had already purchased a house. I've bought the house. Already? There was a model home in a nice location. I decided on it right after the viewing. All this for me. I just want you to live comfortably. Thank you so much. I felt a deep sense of gratitude. Upon my discharge and arrival at the new home, I was amazed. It was more impressive than I had imagined. Nice house, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. And this house even has a basement. A basement too. More surprises were in store. Oh right, there was something else. He went to the back of the room and returned. Could it be? Yes, it's an electric wheelchair. Even something like this. With this, you can move around more freely. I can't thank you enough. I did this on my own. I hoped this would lessen the burden on Justin. Although I couldn't do everything right away, I was determined to try my best to go outside. From that day on, I began to take care of myself. Sean, however, did not seem pleased to see me becoming more independent. Move out of the way. You're such a nuisance. Then, he kicked my wheelchair. That's dangerous. You're useless, don't just sit around here. I'm trying to lessen the burden. As if that changes anything. There's no need to be so cruel. Your very existence is a burden, what's the point? I attempted to return to my room, but he blocked my way. Where do you think you're going? I was just going back to my room. That's okay, right? I'm not done talking yet. I have nothing more to say to you. I had hoped for an improvement in our relationship, but I realized this might be the end. My patience had reached its limit. Running away, huh? If that's what you want to think, fine. I don't understand why Dad married someone like you. He kicked my wheelchair again and returned to his room upstairs. For a while, he stopped talking to me, and I felt a bit lighter. I'm sorry, but I have another business trip scheduled. I understand. I feel bad, especially since we haven't resolved things with Sean. It's okay. I'll contact you if anything happens. With that, Justin left for his business trip, and once again, it was just Sean and me at home. Sean started leaving the house more often as soon as Justin was gone. I became anxious, wondering when he would return. But on that day, Sean did not come back until after I had gone to bed. When I woke up the next morning, I could hear noises coming from the second floor. It seemed Sean had returned while I was asleep. But there was no sign of him leaving his room. Today marks the start of work. I was determined. Having become disabled, I thought I had no choice but to quit my job. But I was recognized for my past work and was told that I could continue working remotely. I turned on my computer to start working. That's when I realized something. My mouse was missing. Where did I put it? I remembered that computer peripherals were stored in the basement storage. Knowing Sean would likely ignore me if I asked for help, I decided I had to retrieve it myself. The electric wheelchair really does make things easier, though it felt like a hassle. I didn't want to postpone it and headed straight to the basement. The basement was accessible through a door behind the staircase. Slowly descending the slope, I reached out for a box in the back. As I placed the box on my lap and prepared to head back up, I heard someone coming down the stairs. Thinking Sean had finally woken up, I saw him descending the slope. "What are you doing down here?" "Just looking for something." A part of me felt a bit happy, thinking he might have come to help. "Then, I'll help you." With that, he closed the door. Shocked, I froze for a moment but soon realized this was a bad situation. Not only was I trapped, but it was also incredibly cold. Checking the wall-mounted thermometer, I was astonished to see it read 28 degrees. "What are you doing?" "Open up." "Huh? Why don't you just stay here for a while?" Despite my efforts, the basement door wouldn't budge. Originally, I was in an electric wheelchair, which limited my mobility. It's cold." "Well, of course, it is. The temperature right now is 28 degrees. Why are you doing this?" Then, my son began to laugh loudly. "I've been irritated with you for a long time." "What?" "Acting like a mother. Maybe you'll turn into a mummy staying down here?" "What are you thinking?" "I'm going on a trip for 3 nights and 4 days. So, just hang in there until I get back. Please, let me out of here." "All right." After waiting for a while, Sean returned with something in his hands. The door opened slightly, and through the gap, he threw in 2 bags of snacks and a bottle of water. "Is this supposed to last me?" "That should be enough." "Well, this is."
Goodbye.
"For now. Just open it." My desperate cries did not reach my son. Only the sound of his footsteps fading away could be heard. I was left with no choice but to despair. It seemed he wasn't seriously intending to end my life. I had to figure out how to survive for 4 days. I need to find a way to deal with this cold. I frantically searched for anything useful. After rummaging through cardboard boxes, I found an old blanket. With no other options, I covered myself with it to stave off the cold. With no way to call for help, I waited. 4 days passed before Sean returned from his trip. And then, the stage was set for a grand retaliation. I secretly watched Sean's movements. Let's see what happens now. Sean headed towards the basement, cautiously opening the door. What the heck is this? An odd smell wafted from the basement, noticeable even from a distance. He entered in a panic. No way, is she dead? I should never have listened to that person. In the back of the basement, there was something wrapped in a blanket. Sean probably thought it was me, but it was a trap set by me and another person. What are you doing there? Sean immediately turned around. Why are you here? I wonder why. Don't mess with me. That's my line. You shouldn't do such things without being prepared for the consequences. What? Mocking me? Just as Sean approached. I never thought you'd go this far. Dad, why are you here? Weren't you on a business trip? I came back because I couldn't reach you. Then I found you had locked her in the basement. That's right. I was rescued by Justin. It happened just yesterday. To deceive our son. My husband and I filled a bag with kitchen waste to make it seem like it was decaying. And used a blanket to resemble me. This ruse was a success. So, who is this a person you mentioned? Huh? Did I say something like that? Don't play dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. That's when I realized I might know who this person was. Could it be Aaron? Sean stepped back, a clear giveaway. You mentioned coming out of the piano school before, right? Yes. They must have been sneaking around behind our backs. Then let's find out for sure. Huh? You must have her contact information, right? Let's invite her here. Wait a minute. Just call her. Sean contacted Aaron. Soon after, the doorbell rang. Sean went to greet her, and they both headed to the basement. Now, let's hear an explanation. It was natural that she couldn't meet my eyes in such an awkward situation. I just wanted Dad to be happy. What's so great about her? You really don't understand anything. What do you mean? I chose Tiffany because she accepted me as I am. And you think Aaron would be any different? Why go through all this? Did you think I'd fall for such a woman? I thought we should hear it straight from the person involved. Wait. Since she's here, let's ask Aaron. Caught off guard, her eyes widened. Everyone's gaze focused on her. I was using Sean. I only said to scare you a little, not to lock you in the basement. I had heard about Aaron when Sean was attending piano lessons. It seemed she had been inviting him out even before I met him, despite his refusals. After we got married, he started to dislike being dropped off and picked up. That's why I decided to do the drop-offs and pickups myself, to keep an eye on things. I did use Sean, but I never wanted to be with him. What? I just couldn't stand to see the person I liked being happy. So, you wanting to be with Dad was. I'm sorry. That was a lie. Then, I remembered something I had researched before. Being together was never possible. What do you mean? Because Aaron is married. That's a lie. Is that right? Aaron nodded silently. It wasn't surprising Sean didn't know. Aaron's husband was also working away from home. Then, what was all this for? Seeing Sean's dejected look, I whispered something to my husband. I see. That explains it. What are you talking about? You liked Aaron, didn't you? What? Sean looked down but quickly raised his head. That's not true. Thinking about it, a lot of things don't add up. You said it was for me, but there were other ways to handle this. Aaron, you knew about Sean's feelings, right? Yes. It's such a shame. You were just used for revenge. After all I've done for Aaron. Sean slumped to the floor, overwhelmed. Justin placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. And Sean's expression seemed to soften a bit. Perhaps he was hoping for some sympathy. We, as his parents, had decided to be strict with him. Even if he was our precious son, to correct his behavior. It's unfortunate, but you're an adult. Being deceived, even if it was the case, doesn't excuse your actions. So, leave this place right now. Wait. Isn't that too harsh? Harsh? Think about what you've done before you say that. Such a woman. I had no intention of holding back either. What you did to me could be considered a crime of confinement. There was also a risk to my life. That's why you panicked, didn't you? Tiffany is right. Do you think we can live with someone dangerous like that? Sean might have thought it was a trivial matter, but this is a serious crime. It's a sufficient reason to kick him out. Then let's give him a choice. Either we call the police or he leaves this house. That's a good idea. So, what will it be? We decided to give him a choice, but there was never really any option for Sean. Fine. I'll leave. All right. But I'll continue to pay for your tuition until you graduate. Everything else, you're on your own. And don't ever come back to this house. You don't have to go that far. Do you want to be reported? Hearing that, Sean looked down and fell silent again. Aaron. What should I do now? He was seeking help from Erin this time. However, her calm demeanor was gone, replaced by anger towards Sean. You really did something unnecessary. Who told you to go this far? I never thought you'd be this foolish. But, I just did what you told me to. Did what I told you. I never said to commit a crime. What's that supposed to mean? You tricked me first. An irrelevant argument was unfolding before us. If you two want to fight, do it outside. It's just a nuisance here. Exactly. If you keep making a fuss, I'll really call the police. Calmed by my voice, the two of them stopped arguing and left the house. I might have thought it was a bit too much to kick out our son. However, what he did to me was a crime. Sean needs to understand the gravity of his actions and learn to live rightly. This was the right thing to do, wasn't it? Yes. You don't need to worry about it. But still. It's fine. If we coddle him, he'll never truly become an adult. You're right. Sean moved out and started living in an apartment. As Justin said, we continued to pay his tuition, but he was earning his living expenses himself. It seems he had to juggle multiple part-time jobs. Once, Sean called me. I'm sorry for everything. Could you lend me some money? What? Why should I do that? You chose to leave this house. So that's how it is. What are you talking about? It's clear now. You care about Dad, not me. If that's what you're going to say, then don't contact me again. As if I'd ever contact you again. He hung up the phone. Sean would be turning 20 this year. This should have been the best time of his life. Not being able to make memories of his youth is something he'll have to accept. As the consequence of his actions. Erin, thereafter, moved away quietly. Where she is and what she's doing now, I have no way of knowing. Finally, things have settled down. Yes. Let's keep supporting each other. And so, our life as a couple began anew. Surely, happiness will continue in our lives ahead.
My husband, Scott, and an unknown woman were seen leaving the maternity clinic where my friend works. No way. Scott, you were having an affair? I just found out my husband is cheating on me, and now it looks like his mistress is expecting. In a panic, I rushed over to confront them, and the woman Lucy boldly declared, "I'm carrying your husband's child. Please, divorce him quickly." She didn't care at all, not even when I was right there, his wife, asking for a divorce, only thinking about herself. I was dumbfounded by Lucy's audacity. There seemed to be no point in being married to Scott any longer. Fed up with everything, I just gave in and said, "Fine, if that's what Scott wants, let's do it." They looked at each other, grabbed hands, and started celebrating. "So, we don't have to hide our trip anymore, yay!" Trips?
Actually, we're going on a honeymoon next week. I was going to lie that it was a business trip, but no need to sneak around anymore.
Now that I've agreed to the divorce, my husband and his mistress are acting all brave, telling me everything, even things I don't want to hear. Their selfish behavior continued. I had told Scott we should talk once, but days passed without him returning home. Were they planning to confess after their honeymoon? That was what I thought until one day. This is unbelievable. I received 33 filled out divorce forms in the mail, complete with photos of Scott and his mistress, clearly intended to torment me. Eager to divorce, they sent these during their trip. She didn't give us a chance to talk, just sending these forms, jumping to divorce. You've got some nerve. Be prepared. Something inside me snapped. My name is Vanessa. I work as a nurse in a hospital. I met Scott about 3 years ago at a friend's wedding. Like me, who is shy and not good at making conversation, Scott was the life of the party and stood out among the guests, which drew my attention. As the reception ended, everyone moved to the venue for the after party. It was an open seating arrangement, and I sat at a corner island seat with my high school classmate, Mia. Soon, Scott took the seat next to mine.
I hope it's okay I sat next to you,
He said, feeling overwhelmed by his forwardness. I was in full introvert mode. Still, Scott kept talking to me.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
Where do you work?
Well...
Oh, and how old are you? The same age as me?
He bombarded me with questions. Overwhelmed by Scott, one of his friends teased him.
Dude, you're grilling her too much because you're interested, huh? She looks shocked.
Realizing I was uncomfortable, Scott blushed deeply and apologized.
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Just, I was being curious. Hey, he's been saying you're cute since the wedding. He's a good guy, so why don't you give him your number?
Encouraged by Scott's friend, I agreed to exchange my number since I had no boyfriend or someone I was interested in at the time.
I'll definitely call you,
Scott promised happily, showing off his charming dimples. The next day, true to his word, Scott invited me out for a meal. When we first met, he seemed like a goofy party animal, but when I hung out with him, he stammered shyly.
So, got any favorite foods?
Scott is just too cute with his shyness and dimples. So we went on several dates and eventually started dating. After about 6 months, Scott proposed, and we quickly decided to get married. Moving in together raised a concern for me. So, about the expenses for the wedding and moving in together, I found it difficult to say, so I avoided being direct, told him, while fidgeting a bit. Given my job as a nurse, I earn a decent salary, which is generally considered above average. Scott had a job at a manufacturer's office, making less money each month than me and getting smaller bonuses. I wondered if it bothered him that his wife earned more, but Scott casually suggested,
Why not split it 50-50? Right now I earn less and honestly don't have much saved, but I'll work hard not to be outdone by you, Vanessa.
My worries seemed unnecessary. I was surprised by how positive Scott was. But another concern lingered. I have night shifts, with my regular hours. Could you help with the housework? Due to my work as a nurse, my working hours are quite irregular. Honestly, there are many aspects of household chores that we need to share in order to manage them. So having someone who would share these chores properly was very important to me.
Housework? That's something we should do together. If you're good with easy meals, I can cook and I'm happy to help with cleaning and laundry as well. Let's support each other.
It seems this was also an unnecessary worry, just like the conversation about salaries. Scott had lived on his own before, so he was quite capable and didn't see household chores as a burden. Me and Scott got married smoothly after my worries disappeared. Both our friends and our parents celebrated our new life together, and we started our married life smoothly. Once we began living together, Scott kept his promise and actively participated in household chores. After my night shift, I returned home to find pasta in the fridge. Scott had done the cleaning and laundry without any issues. Whenever I cooked, he would eat heartily, exclaiming,
Delicious! Is there more?
On days off, he would take me out on dates to various places. It was indeed a blissful time. The only thing missing was our plan to get a child, which turned out to be more challenging than I had expected. I thought getting pregnant would be a breeze after getting hitched, but it's not as easy as I thought. I bet a bunch of folks think the same thing. Unfortunately, reality was not so forgiving. A year into our marriage, I still wasn't pregnant. I was 28 at the time and had hoped to have a couple of children before turning 30. a desire I had already discussed with Scott. However, Scott seemed in no rush and casually suggested,
Let's not hurry.
I guess you can't really force yourself to get pregnant. It's been bothering me how we haven't been as affectionate with each other since we got married. After all, without that, getting pregnant is impossible. At first, we slept together in the same room, but due to my job, I would often return home late at night, occasionally waking Scott. He suggested,
I wake up at the smallest noise, so maybe we should sleep separately?
And now it's making it harder to get pregnant. I'm starting to feel down about us not being able to have a baby, but despite that, our relationship wasn't so terrible, and I enjoyed being with Scott, so I tried not to dwell on it too much. But 2 years into our marriage, our happiness began to crumble. Will you be home late again today?
Yeah, I have a company party tonight.
I see. What time will you be back?
Not sure. Probably after midnight.
That's pretty late. Haven't the parties been a bit too frequent lately? Scott's late returns and frequent company parties were becoming a problem. He always hung out with his work buddies on weekends, so we didn't get to spend much time together, and it annoyed me. But Scott ignored my concerns, saying,
You wouldn't understand the importance of these company parties because you're a woman. How much the bosses like me at these events can change my career. Please don't complain about work.
Sorry.
Well, I'm off.
Annoyed by my words, Scott slammed the front door on his way out. The slam caused the picture frame from our wedding displaying us smiling to fall over. Left alone, I sighed deeply, picked up the frame, and headed to work. I understand the importance of networking for his job, but I can't help but feel uneasy about the recent change in his attitude towards me. He didn't prepare dinner again. Before, Scott would prepare meals for me and pack them up before leaving for work, but one day that stopped. Eventually, after a short nap, I found myself having to cook my meals. Hey, why haven't you done the laundry? Despite the laundry basket being completely full, it has been left untouched, so I had to remind Scott. Today was supposed to be Scott's turn to clean.
I was busy. It's not a big deal.
It is a big deal. Where am I supposed to put today's clothes if the basket is already full?
Jeez, you're so annoying. If you're going to complain, just do it all yourself.
Scott lounged on the sofa, ignoring me as he played with his phone. I ended up doing the laundry myself, increasing my household burden. We had agreed to share the housework before marriage, but that agreement had collapsed along with Scott's change. He was often out late due to overtime or company parties, and on weekends he went out alone. He had become harsher even when he's talking to me. How did we end up here? A dreadful thought crossed my mind. Is he cheating on me? No, I can't jump to conclusions about him without any evidence. I really tried to get rid of that idea. But Scott continued to change, making it impossible not to suspect him. Hey, what's this? I found a colored lip product on his suit, typically worn to work.
My lips were dry, so I bought some lip balm, but I accidentally got a tinted one.
He said, his eyes darting around nervously. Visibly flustered, he quickly said,
I'm so tired. I'm going to bed.
And ran to his bedroom. It was obviously suspicious, but if he claimed it was a mistake, that was that. I couldn't press him any further, so I decided to let it go at that moment. But on another day, a substantial amount of money had been transferred from our joint account to Scott's personal account. Scott, why is money from our joint account being transferred to your account?
I overspent this month, but it's no big deal.
It is a big deal. Don't use the money without my permission. We need to save for the future.
Are you seriously giving me another lecture again? Sorry, I'll be more careful.
He said that and retreated to his bedroom again. But the following months showed continuous unauthorized withdrawals. Scott, did you take money from our account again? I told you to stop, right?
It doesn't matter. We don't have kids anyway.
I almost raised my voice to say, we don't have kids because you're not trying, right? But I held back. That's not the issue. I don't understand why you need to spend $1,000 to $2,000 a month just because we don't have kids. What are you spending it on?
Why do I have to explain how I spend my money to you?
My husband argued back angrily. Even when we argue like this, he never puts down his smartphone. Whether he's going to the bathroom or just around the house, he always has it with him. It's like he's married to his phone, not me. Can you at least put down your phone now? Look at me when you talk. I couldn't help but let my emotions spill over.
Ugh, enough. You're so annoying. Just let me be.
With that, he retreated to his room while still looking at his phone. He tells me to let him be, but he's doing whatever he wants. Where has the husband I loved gone? I can't even remember the last time I saw him smile with those dimples I loved. At home, he's always irritable. The traces of his kindness have vanished. What did I even like about him? I'm beginning to realize that my feelings for Scott are fading. I find myself questioning whether I should divorce him. One day, my nursing school friend Mia asked, "Wanna catch up over a meal? It's been a while." "Yes, I'd love to. It's been so long. Where should we meet? Your place or mine?" "Actually, let's meet near my workplace this time. I'm sorry, but could you come over here? And let's meet around 3 p.m. Mia, like me, is a nurse, but she works in OBGYN, so she suggested meeting at a cafe near her clinic. It was unusual for us not to meet at one of our homes and just hang out, especially not at lunch or dinner time, but at 3 p.m. I found it odd, but since I was looking forward to seeing Mia, I didn't think much of it until the day of our meeting. When I arrived at the cafe, Mia was there, looking down more than usual. "Is something wrong?" I asked, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Mia paused, then spoke heavily. "Just watch outside the window without asking me anything." Through the window, I could clearly see Mia's workplace. I began to understand what she meant, and we sat in silence, staring outside. That's when it happened. As we looked, I spotted my husband at the clinic with a pregnant woman I didn't know. I see. Yeah, kinda had a feeling about this. Tears welled up, and my grip on my coffee cup tightened. "Mia, it's a nice day, isn't it? It's really warm and the temperature is perfect." As I spoke, tears started rolling down my cheeks. "Vanessa." Mia held my hand. She probably didn't want to know either that her friend's husband was having an affair. Mia had been at the wedding where Scott and I met. She was right there when he approached me, so she knew his face and name. Now it all made sense why she called me. My husband wasn't just visiting any woman at the maternity clinic. He was there with another woman. "I'm going to leave now. I can't just give out patient information because I'm your friend. I'm sorry this is all I could do. You should talk to Scott." "Thank you, Mia. I'll talk to him." "And call me if you need anything, okay? I'm always on your side. Now wipe your tears before you go." Saying this, Mia wiped my tears with her handkerchief. She had always been like an older sister to me since our student days. I thanked her again and waited outside the maternity clinic for the two to emerge. When they came out, I hurried over to them. "Congratulations on the pregnancy, Scott. You two really look great together," I said with a forced smile. They were shocked and gave each other a quick look. "Scott, is this your wife?" She didn't seem to recognize me, and Scott turned pale.
You? Why are you?"
Normally glued to his smartphone, now he was staring right at me. "What about you? Weren't you supposed to be at work today?" I asked with a smile. Scott stuttered, trying to come up with an excuse, and then blurted out.
"No, this is just my friend's girlfriend. I came along to support her."
What a total lie. I just sighed at his lame excuse. But my husband's remark caused the woman next to him to exclaim, "What?" in anger. She sharply reprimanded Scott, who was trying to casually brush off the situation with a stern voice. "Scott, you said you were going to divorce your wife."
"Yes, that's right, but I haven't talked to her about it yet."
"Oh, really? Divorce? That's news to me.
Scott, you haven't told her anything?
Cornered by both his wife and mistress, Scott was at a loss for words. Let's not talk here. How about we move somewhere else? I led the two of them back to the cafe where Mia and I had been earlier. None of us started talking immediately. Instead, we each ordered a coffee to calm our nerves. During the whole time, my husband was avoiding eye contact with me and staring at the table instead. But in stark contrast, Lucy was looking straight into my eyes.
My name is Lucy. I'm in a relationship with Scott, and as you just saw, I'm pregnant with his child. Please, divorce him immediately.
Even in front of his actual wife, she was unfazed, demanding a divorce with such entitlement that I almost choked on my coffee. Lucy's eyes were dead serious. It seemed like she viewed me as the ultimate challenge, like a final boss in a game. Trying not to be overwhelmed by Lucy, I clenched my fists under the table and managed to keep my composure. When did you and Scott start seeing each other? I asked.
It's been a year.
A year ago. That's when Scott's overtime suddenly increased. It was also around the same time he started becoming distant. So she was the person he became cold towards me. The tinted lip balm in his pocket, the withdrawals from our joint account. It was all because of Lucy. Now thinking that, there were too many signs. The dots in my mind started to connect. Wow, a whole year. And what does Scott want to do now? Hearing this, Lucy glared sharply at my husband. Feeling her stare, Scott visibly flinched. Lucy had Scott eating out of the palm of her hand. Seeing how cocky he was at home made me so annoyed.
Well, since it's out, there's no helping it. I want a divorce. It's unfortunate, but what can we do? There's a child on the way.
Exactly. For the sake of the baby in my belly, please divorce immediately.
Both my husband and his mistress, now bold, began pressuring me together. My feelings for Scott had been fading, that was true. But why should they dictate the timing of our divorce? You two. Just as I was about to speak, Lucy interjected.
I'm in a stable period now, and we're planning to go on a honeymoon next week, before the baby comes.
Hey, don't say that.
A honeymoon? They were planning this while Scott was still married to me. I was utterly appalled.
Everything's out in the open now, isn't it?
Well, that's true. Vanessa, that's the deal. We're planning to lie about it being a business trip, but we're going on our honeymoon next week.
Their statements were so absurd that I was speechless, a question mark practically floating above my head. Was my husband always this dumb? Feeling indifferent, I said, "Fine, go ahead." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, and suddenly smiled, beginning to hold hands.
Really? Yes. Lucy, we're free now.
So, I don't have to hide anymore? Can I post lots of photos with you on social media?
Well, maybe not on social media. You never know who's watching, and it might look bad if it seems like I got another woman pregnant right after I get a divorce.
You want to hide our relationship? That's terrible.
Sorry, my bad. Don't be mad.
All of a sudden, they started a lover's spat right in front of me. What was I even witnessing? I'm going to leave. Scott, we'll handle the necessary paperwork later. With that, I left the cafe, leaving the two behind. I thought to myself, Lucy really seems like a handful. Thinking this almost as if it were someone else's problem, I went home. I had become completely indifferent to everything. That night, my husband did not return home. Not just that night, but a week passed without him coming back home. He said he wanted a divorce, but without him coming home, we couldn't even discuss it. As I stared at the calendar, I remembered that they were supposed to be on their trip since yesterday. I thought to myself, they planned to talk about the divorce after returning from their trip, I guess. However, that day, a thick envelope arrived at home. The sender was Scott Brown, my husband's name. Opening it, I was baffled. Inside were dozens of divorce papers. Why are there so many? Counting them, there were exactly 33 divorce papers. Moreover, 15 of them had photos of my husband and his mistress enjoying themselves attached. And on another 17, there were phrases like,
Divorce Scott quickly. Or, I've included plenty to avoid any mistakes. And, for our child's sake, hurry up and leave. Presumably written by Lucy. Other papers stated, that house of yours is for me and my child now. That house meant for my husband, his mistress, and their child? I couldn't understand how they thought this was acceptable. I was furious at her audacity, and she even said this during their honeymoon. She didn't even give us time to talk, just sending these papers trying to force a divorce. Nice try. Get ready for what's coming. I felt something snap inside me. It was unclear if my husband knew about this, but since he signed them, I guess that means he was okay with me filing them. I immediately submitted the divorce papers. Later, perhaps back from their trip, my now ex-husband called.
Hey, what the hell is this?
He was frantic as soon as I picked up the phone. I had a pretty good idea why he was panicking, but played dumb. What happened?
What happened? When I returned from the trip and finally came home after a long time, our house was being demolished. What's going on? Explain this to me.
Actually, on the day I filed for divorce, when they returned from the trip, I wanted to teach my ex-husband and Lucy a lesson. I remembered that woman claiming she would take the house. To really show them, taking the house seemed like the most effective measure. So I spoke to my mother-in-law saying, I have something to discuss with you. I have been consulting with my in-laws about my husband's misconduct. Although my relationship with my husband was not good, I had a good relationship with my in-laws and thought they could help me. When I explained the situation, my in-laws were furious and asked me to send all my husband's belongings to their home.
I can't believe he got his mistress pregnant. A stupid son like him should be taught a painful lesson,
they said, promising to help in any way they could. I immediately sent all my ex-husband's belongings to his parents' house. I left it to my in-laws to handle from there. I also moved all my belongings and completed the procedures to demolish the house entirely. By the time my ex-husband returned, the demolition had already begun. In about a week it will be completely cleared.
What?
Lucy said she was getting the house, so I demolished it. There's no way I could let that woman and her child live there with you.
Don't be ridiculous. How could you do something so dumb? That house and the land it's on are owned by my dad. You had no right to do anything to it.
Yes, I know that. That's why I consulted with your dad. He also said that a stupid son who cheats and impregnates his mistress should have his house demolished.
Did you talk to my parents about this?
Yes, I told them everything. That you cheated and that she's pregnant. They were quite angry.
What have you done? I was supposed to live there with Lucy and our child starting next week.
I don't care. Oh, and our divorce is finalized, so don't call me again. If you need to talk, contact me through a lawyer.
When did we get divorced? I didn't hear anything about this. What do you mean, lawyer?
What? Lucy sent a bunch of divorce papers. I filed them right away. Plus, she included lots of photos as evidence of your affair, so the divorce proceedings went smoothly. Say thanks to her for me.
She did what? What is she doing? Please, we have a child on the way, and now there's no house. Lucy only has a part-time job, and we really don't have any money. Please don't ask for compensation, I'm begging you.
I told you I don't know anything about that. I'll be claiming a substantial amount in compensation from both you and Lucy, so be prepared. Bye now. I said this and hung up without waiting for a reply. By now, my ex-husband must be looking miserable. It's a shame I couldn't see his face directly, but he must have realized how terrible his actions were. After that, my ex-husband kept calling, but I ignored all his calls. Eventually, he had to pay me $25,000 in compensation. Considering my ex-husband's inability to save, it seemed unlikely he could easily pay such a large sum, but I made sure he would pay through a lawyer. He probably hoped to rely on his parents, but they had said,
No matter what, we will not help a stupid son who cheated on his wife.
So he couldn't expect any help from them. He got what he deserved. As for Lucy, I managed to get $10,000 in damages from her for sending me those divorce papers and photos and for having an affair knowing Scott was married. I thought they would try to make a new start, but it didn't work out between them.
After all, Lucy had posted photos of their trip together on social media while Scott was still technically married to me, and their affair became widely known. When the rumor spread, it caused a big stir at my ex-husband's workplace.
I told you not to post on social media.
My ex-husband had scolded Lucy, but she exploded in anger because of that. Eventually, they broke up after a pointless argument. What a stupid ending to their relationship, but how they live is no longer my concern. As for me, I'm still working as a nurse. Being single after the divorce, I somehow feel more at peace than when I was married. My job is demanding, but it's rewarding when patients express their gratitude. After everything was settled, I contacted Mia, who had been a great help, to tell her. The divorce is finalized. It's all over.
You did well,
she said, crying. Having such a kind and supportive friend is truly wonderful. Mia and I have promised to go on a girls' trip together. Although I'm wary of romance for now, I hope to meet a kind and caring man who will treasure me someday.
I'm sorry, I've got an amazing fiancé now. Are you jealous? Envious? Why do those who can only look down on others become so ugly? Her once cute face now appeared distorted before me. Not only me, but my sister and her husband also looked down on my husband. My anger reached its peak, surpassing the limits of my patience. My name is Luna. I work at a printing company and I'm 27 years old. Although I say printing, I'm not operating large machines. I work in the design department. I design various flyers and catalogs while listening to customers' requests. Recently, with the advancement of digitalization, the number of prints has decreased, but the design work is still busy and rewarding. Thankfully, I have more customers requesting me specifically. The flyer for the Christmas event we had recently was a big hit. It was so cute. It truly makes me happy to receive such compliments. This job is like a life purpose for me. I thought I would remain single, dedicating my life to work. Until one day, my father was hospitalized for appendicitis. On a visit to see him, a young doctor named James approached me and asked, "Hello, are you here to visit someone?" It turns out he is my current boyfriend and recently became my fiancé. You never know when and where life will bring unexpected encounters. Despite being devoted to work, as soon as the marriage was brought up, I found myself buying wedding magazines. I guess I'm also getting carried away. Sitting in the living room, flipping through a magazine while having tea, it then happened. A hand suddenly reached out. The magazine was snatched away. "Hey, wait a minute! What's this? A wedding magazine? Why are you looking at something like this?" "It has nothing to do with you, Mary." Suddenly, my younger sister Mary took the magazine from me. "You getting married? Seriously? Look in the mirror first, will you? You should know your place. You don't even have a boyfriend, let alone getting married. On the other hand, I've never been without a boyfriend. Oh, speaking of which, my current boyfriend," even though no one asked, my sister began bragging about her boyfriend. She has always been like this. Unlike me, with my plain face, my sister has a very cute face. She has always been popular. The people around her always indulge her, except for our parents and me. Everyone around her is always a yes man. As a result, my sister started thinking of herself as the center of the world. The arrogant sister I grew up with began looking down on me. "Stay away from me. Your face might rub off on me. No matter how much you study with that brain of yours, you won't get good grades. Why don't you give up on pointless efforts?" Oh, I got asked out again. It's so tough being popular. I envy my sister who doesn't get any attention at all. She would continue saying such things, even if our parents scolded her severely. It was already too late. Her personality remained unchanged, and the verbal abuse towards me never stopped. Growing up, my sister now refers to me as you. Tired of my sister bragging about her boyfriend, I sighed and mustered up the courage to speak. I do have a boyfriend. In fact, we're engaged. We're getting married soon, so I'm looking at wedding magazines. My sister's movements abruptly stopped at those words. After staring at me intently, she smirked with a sarcastic smile. Oh, really? So you managed to find a curious man. What's so great about you anyway? He likes my energetic and cheerful personality. That's a lie. You're probably just being treated like a maid. I'll continue working, and he understands that I can't be a perfect housewife. As I said that, my sister exaggeratedly acted surprised. Huh? You're getting married and still planning to work? How pitiful, marrying a poor man. Her words struck a nerve. She just can't stop looking down on me. Money is not an issue. He's a doctor, so there's no problem with income. I just want to continue working. As I retorted, my sister fell silent immediately. I sighed with relief and returned to my room. Oh, a doctor. I see. Little did I know that my sister muttered those words with a meaningful tone. When marriage is on the table, the first thing to do is to meet with our parents. First, James came to my house. After greeting my parents, the relaxed atmosphere instantly changed the moment my sister appeared. Oh, is that the person you're engaged to? Quite handsome, isn't he? Mary? Weren't you out? Of course, when my sister's fiancé is coming, I had to cancel my plans. Unbeknownst to her, I was relieved that she wasn't there by chance. It was because I had a bad feeling about it. It had happened several times in the past. When I was still a student, my sister stole my boyfriend. After becoming a working adult, I didn't have a boyfriend, and my sister kept making one after another, so such a thing didn't occur again. Although I felt uneasy about my sister coming back, she had grown up as well. I wanted to believe that she wouldn't do something like stealing my fiancé. My sister was oddly close to my fiancé. I couldn't help but notice the blush on James, my fiancé's cheeks. My bad feeling. Can we pretend that that engagement never happened? I've decided to break up with you and start dating Mary. It hit the mark perfectly. I never thought that even as a working adult, I would have my boyfriend stolen by my sister. I'm sorry I took your fiancé, but it can't be helped, right? After all, I'm cuter and more charming, and James's pursuit was so intense. Oh, being cute is such a crime. My sister's words, which were far from an apology, and her condescending attitude. Next to her, James, who was once my fiancé, laughed and said, Seriously, who would have known that you had such a cute sister? If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten engaged to you. It's a good thing we're breaking up before getting married. The moment I saw that twisted smile on his face, any feelings I had for him vanished without a trace. All that remained was a sense of disgust. I'm glad I didn't marry someone like you, a man who easily moves on to another woman. Here, take Mary as a parting gift. You're just sore loser. Seriously, you're not attractive at all, even until the end. I'm not saying this out of spite, but I genuinely mean it. It seems that the two of them, lost in their own delusions, don't understand how I feel. It's a waste of time being involved with you two. Goodbye. You're just making excuses for losing. You're the waste of time here. I never want to see you again. Goodbye. They left, looking down on me until the very end. After that, due to my enraged parents, they were banned from seeing our family. So I never met them again. However, I heard through rumors that they got married, but I don't really care anymore. 3 years had passed since I parted ways with my sister and her husband, and I turned 30 while diligently working as ever. In the midst of it, there was one customer who took a liking to my work and became a repetitive client. His name was William. As we talked during work, for some reason, he asked me out for a meal. Then, he asked me out on a date. On one of our dates, he asked me to be in a relationship with him. Honestly, I was really happy. William seemed very sincere, and I believed he wouldn't do the same as my previous boyfriend. But, deep down, my sister had become quite a trauma for me. Maybe, just maybe, somewhere it bothered me a little. So I decided to be honest and told him about my sister, about my former fiancé. I even showed him a picture of my sister and looked at his reaction. But even after seeing the picture of my sister, his expression didn't change at all. He casually glanced away from the photo and gave me a gentle smile. I know it might sound strange to say this, but I used to be quite popular. I've met many women who were cuter and more beautiful than your sister. But for some reason, none of them sparked my interest. I used to think that maybe I would remain single and unmarried for the rest of my life, but that wasn't the case. What do you mean? I believe that, due to my line of work, I have an eye for people. No matter how beautiful someone is, or how well dressed they are, they can't match their inner beauty. I realized that when I met you, Luna. What do you mean? I thought you were shining brightly. Huh? When we talk about work, you're vibrant and beautiful. I thought you were wonderful. Not just during work, but when we're having a meal or going on a date, you always smile and enjoy our time together. I could tell that you genuinely enjoy our time together and that you're truly enjoying life. And I thought you were dazzlingly beautiful. What? Wait, this is so embarrassing. In my flustered state, William continued, Luna, you're beautiful. More beautiful and charming than anyone else. I've never met a more wonderful woman than you. Please consider being in a relationship with me, with marriage as a possibility. I truly, from the bottom of my heart. Stop! It's too embarrassing. I can't take it anymore. I blushed and tried to stop him, but William's words didn't cease. In the end, even after agreeing to date, he wouldn't stop showering me with such words for a while. So embarrassing. 1 year later, William and I got married, becoming a happily married couple. Our newlywed life was going well, and I felt like we became even closer than before we got married. We shared household chores whenever we could. Since my husband had been living alone for a long time, he might be better at housework than me. His homemade meals when I was tired were incredibly delicious. On our days off, we often went out together. One day, on a day off when he said he wanted to look at furniture, something happened. It was the reunion with the devil that felt like a nightmare. Oh well, I thought I saw a plain-looking woman. It's you. I heard a voice from behind as I was looking at the bedding section. I didn't need to see her face to know who it was. Even though it had been 4 years since we last met, there was no way I could forget her. Mary. My sister was standing there, and next to her was my former fiancé, James. My sister's facial features seemed sharper than before. Is it because of her age, or has her personality come to the front? Standing beside her, James also has a smirk, but it seems like he has lost weight. Meeting you here, huh? What are you doing? Nothing special. I just came to look at furniture. This place has a lot of imported goods and it's expensive, you know? It's not a place for someone like you. I'm tired of my sister's condescending attitude. James nodded beside her. Exactly. If someone like you keeps coming and going, it will lower the store's value. We might be mistaken for being poor too. Just go home already. I felt irritated by their rude remarks, but it's a waste of time to engage with them. I maintained my silence. However, it seems that my attitude didn't sit well with them, as the voices of my sister and her husband grew louder. Ah, I hate it! Our precious high-end store is ruined. Why would such poor people come here? They can't afford anything anyway. That's right, poor people go home! Other customers and store employees glanced at us, as if wondering what was going on. Fed up, I took my husband's hand and tried to leave, but he didn't move. Finally, realizing my husband's presence, my sister and her husband looked at him. Oh? What are you to her? Luna's husband. My sister's eyes widened. Huh? Did you marry this plain girl? Seriously? You're brave. Did you need a housemaid or something? That's hilarious. I also do housework. It's only natural since we both work. I'm living comfortably as a full-time housewife. More than half of my week is spent eating out. I have money, so I rely on housekeeping services. Sorry for being part of the winning team. My sister spoke with a sarcastic tone, stretching her words, which made me angry. I'm getting increasingly frustrated. My sister is grinning at me. Sorry I stole your wonderful fiancé. Thanks to that, you'll have a poor life even after marriage, right? And to top it off, you're marrying such a plain guy. You two are a perfect match, both plain and unremarkable. Aren't you envious of my happiness? Jealous, aren't you? Ha ha! Marrying a man who can't support his wife is just like you. You'll struggle for the rest of your life, losers. I had reached my limit. I could bear it when they spoke ill of me, but to speak ill of my husband as well, there was no way I could tolerate it. Listen, that's enough, Luna. It's fine. At the moment when I thought about yelling, my husband stepped forward in front of me. Nice to meet you. I'm William, the one who married your sister. What a lame name! Well, I understand. Here's my business card since we met. As James took the offered business card, my husband glanced at my sister. Sister-in-law, you say really mean things to Luna, don't you? Because they're true. I'm just abiding by the law that says I can call an ugly woman ugly. That's my law. Such a law doesn't exist. And for me, you're much uglier than you think. What? Let's say it's the ugliness of your character. You seem to have confidence in your appearance, but you don't realize that your twisted personality, which can only look down on others, is reflected on the outside. While the tone was polite, the words were quite harsh. My sister's face quickly turned bright red. Don't mess with me! How am I ugly? Everything about you is. In the first place, beautiful people don't envy their sisters and steal their fiancés. What? When did I envy my sister? People aspire to get close to and surpass their admired figures. Isn't Luna such a figure for you? That's ridiculous! I was surprised, not just by my husband's words, but also by my sister's reaction. I had never considered it that way before. My sister had always looked down on me. But seeing her unsettled, I started to wonder if there was a possibility. If it's someone who doesn't matter, someone you don't care about, you can just ignore them. Even if Luna brings any kind of partner, you shouldn't have thought of taking them away. After all, they are not someone you found yourself. Taking someone else's position stems from jealousy towards something you can't obtain no matter how hard you try. I'm saying I'm not jealous. By taking something away, you want to have the confidence that you are superior to the other person, right? In other words, you lack confidence. Confident people can live proudly without doing such things. That's not true! While desperately refuting my husband's words, my sister's voice gradually lost its strength. Hey, this name! Breaking the momentary silence, James shouted loudly. With a pale face, she alternated between looking at the business card and her husband's face, then shook her shoulder. Ugh, what is it now? This name! I felt like I recognized it, so I looked it up. And... Huh? William Brown? So what? The hospital where I work. Huh? Hospital? If I remember correctly, it's Brown Medical Corporation. The chairman and director, Dr. Brown, he's their son. Huh? What? It's a common surname, so it must be someone else, right? I've seen him come to the hospital a few times, together with the chairman. I saw them from a distance, so I didn't remember it well, but when I thought I had seen him somewhere... He's supposed to be a doctor, right? The company name on the business card. The company name... It doesn't mean that a doctor's son has to become a doctor. And this company, it's a super famous pharmaceutical company. I think the previous generation retired and the grandson took over. Hello, I'm that grandson. Mary and James panicked and my husband bowed. What did you say? Mary and James are pale, and my husband calmly explained. I met Luna through the work I was doing until I took over my grandfather's job. I've heard about you, but it's beyond imagination how cruel you are. Well, that. My husband shifts his gaze from my speechless sister to James. A job of helping people requires empathy. But instead of showing empathy, you look down on and ridicule others. Who would want to be saved by a doctor like that? Well, it's just a misunderstanding. James tried to explain with a pale face. However, in the next moment, my husband's eyes widened with anger. No need for excuses! I'll let my father know about you. Just wait for the consequences. No, please! James slumps in disappointment, while my sister remains stunned. We turned our backs to the two of them and left. We will probably never see them again. With that thought in my heart, I continued walking without looking back. What happened after that? My sister's husband, James, didn't get fired, but he faced a significant pay cut and was removed from responsible tasks. Apparently, he had been displaying an arrogant attitude toward others and even had a cold demeanor towards patients, which eventually led to cold stares from everyone around him. It became a precarious situation, and in the end, he quit as if running away. Rumors spread within the hospital community, making it difficult for him to find another job, and he struggled with unemployment. As for my sister, what did she do? It was revealed that my sister had always been reckless with money, and even with a high salary, her life was quite challenging. That's why James became thin. Rather than saying he became thin, he looked emaciated. In response to James's pay cut, my sister quickly decided to divorce him. If James is no good, she can find another man. That seems to be her thinking. But things don't always go as planned. My husband mentioned it, and I also thought the same when we met again. My sister's face, which was once cute, had become harsher. It might be that her true character had come to the surface. Perhaps as a result, my sister's prime time for romantic relationships came to an end. Nobody wanted to be with her. That's what our parents told me when they called. According to my sister, I'm so cute, so why won't anyone spoil me? And furthermore, she managed to catch a good man. I should surpass her. That's what she apparently said. By she means me. I wonder if it's some kind of law in her country that she has to surpass me. My sister actually admired me. That's what my husband said, and it might actually be true. However, that doesn't mean I can forgive her actions. In the end, my sister, who was rejected even by her parents when she sought their help, faced the consequences of her own actions and disappeared into the nightlife. We don't know what happened to her afterward. I'm sure I won't hear her name again in the future. On the other hand, freed from the curse of my sister and her husband, I enjoyed peaceful days. A calm married life. A fulfilling job that gets me passionate. Every day was fulfilling. And soon, we will become a family of 3. As I gazed at the computer monitor, I gently rubbed my growing belly.
One day, my husband disappeared without a trace. It was only several days later that I found out he had run off with my sister. 12 years have passed since then. After a long silence, my husband contacted me with an audacious demand. I'm coming home with my new wife. You are in the way. Leave my parents' house. Apparently, he doesn't want to see me, who is still living with his parents. 12 years after eloping, with the dust settled, he probably planned to bring my sister home as his new wife. But they still don't know. They don't know how much the feeling of the entire family, including me, have changed in these 12 years. My name is Sophia. I'm 27 years old. I majored in design in college, and after graduation, I joined a web production company. While leading an ordinary working life, I met my husband, John, when I was 25. He worked in sales at the company, and due to the nature of his job, he was very friendly. Attracted by his approachable demeanor, we dated for a year and got married last year. Upon registering our marriage, we started living with his parents, and I quit the web production company to work as a freelance web designer. I chose to work from home, supporting my husband's life while doing house chores. At first, there were hardly any jobs and the income was unstable. However, lately, I have been receiving projects from various places and earning a sufficient income. I work at my own pace and prioritize my family first. In the morning and evening, I eat with my husband and in-laws, and before going to bed, I enjoy some quality time with my husband. I was very satisfied with my current life. However, at some point, my once kind husband began to change little by little. The trigger was 2 months ago, when my income surpassed my previous salary. I was so happy to reach my target that I was restless all day. I couldn't wait to tell my husband. I was sure he would be happy too. That's what I believed. I rushed to the entrance as soon as my husband came home and told him the good news with a beaming face. John, guess what? My income last month exceeded my old company's salary. Really? That can be true. Your company paid pretty well, right? Yes, but surpassing that was always my goal, and my wish finally came true. Oh. Is that so? Is that all? What? Would you prefer if I said, well, congratulations? My husband was unusually sullen and sarcastic. I couldn't understand why he was so upset, so I asked him directly. Hey John, are you angry? I thought you'd be happy for me. Huh? Why would I be happy? It's not like my salary has increased. Well, that's true, but isn't a wife's joy also a husband's joy? What's that supposed to mean? I'm not one of those cheerful guys. Don't lump me in with them. John? From that day on, his attitude became more and more indifferent day by day. Our everyday conversation diminished, and it was always from me who greet good morning and good night. Even though we've only been married for a year, our marriage is far from being a happy one. His parents, who we live with, began to notice our relationship, but out of consideration, they said nothing. Even after 2 months, my relationship with my husband remains unchanged. Although we eat our meals at the same time, there's hardly any conversation. He changes the TV channel I'm watching without a word, and eats the food I bought without permission. If I object, his response is always amplified, so I've maintained my silence. One day, midst those days, mother-in-law started the conversation with an anxious look on her face as I was cleaning the house. Sophia, are you okay? Huh? What do you mean by okay? Well, you know, when you first got married, you used to go out with my son a lot. But lately, there's none of that, right? Not only that, but it seems like there's hardly any conversation either. Well, that's true. It's strange, isn't it? We've only been married for a year. I forced a smile, not wanting to worry my mother-in-law. However, it seems she saw right through me. My mother-in-law looked straight at me with a serious expression. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. But I'm worried about you. Lately, it seems like you're just putting on a brave face. Putting on a brave face? I'm not doing anything like that. Your father-in-law has noticed too. Both of us are worried that you are pushing yourself too hard. Mother-in-law. At the end of the day, I may be the one to blame for upsetting my husband over the issue of income. But on the other hand, I felt a bit lonely that he couldn't rejoice in my success. The fact that my in-laws noticed my current struggle and showed concern made me so happy, I almost cried. I decided to tell my mother-in-law the whole story. After hearing everything, my mother-in-law opened her mouth apologetically while rubbing my back. I didn't know such a thing happened. I'm sorry. He's not good as a man if he can't honestly praise someone he loves for hard work. It's my fault, I assumed, without asking, that John would be happy about my success. It's nothing for you to worry about, Sophia. But if we interfere, things might get more complicated. Complicated? I didn't mean to. That's why I think you two should have a proper discussion about this. Do you think you can do it? Yes, I'll be fine. Thank you for listening, mother-in-law. My mother-in-law gave me a warm smile and said it's okay, as she stroked my head. My in-laws who treat me just like their own daughter. They were my salvation from the bottom of my heart. Taking my mother-in-law's advice, I decided to have a proper talk with my husband. That night, after my in-laws had gone to bed, I waited for him to come home. But no matter how many hours passed, there was no sign of him coming home. Normally, he would be home by 10 p.m. at the latest, but it was already past 11 p.m. this day. Why is he so late? There is no reply to my message either. Could something have happened? Worried, I called him several times, but there was no response, only the sound of the phone ringing. Worrying and waiting for 1 hour, it was past midnight when he finally came home. Welcome home. Despite my greeting, my husband only heaved a big sigh and had a displeased look on his face. What? Why are you still up at this hour? Why? I was thinking of having a proper talk with you, John. Talk? About what? Ever since I brought up the topic of my salary, we've been like this, haven't we? I didn't think much of it then, but I might have hurt your pride, John. At that moment, a chill ran down my spine. That's because my husband was glaring at me with a cold expression. I was so terrified that I couldn't find my voice. As if scorning my fear, he calmly threw out his word. There is nothing I want to discuss with you now. Waiting up for me to come home, it's just creepy. Creepy? I just want to build a better relationship with you, John, as a couple. That's what's tiring. I'm seriously thinking I might have chosen the wrong person to marry. Don't say that. Enough already. I'm tired from working overtime. Don't talk to me so casually when all you do is laze around at home. He brushed past me and headed upstairs to his room. Somehow, I couldn't move from the spot until the sound of him going up the stairs faded away. Why would he say such a thing? All I want is a normal married life. Even though my mother-in-law encouraged me to do it, nothing is resolved. Seeing his attitude, I don't have the courage to propose another talk to my husband. I felt as if everything about me was being denied, and it hurt. Even after 2 months, there was no conversation with my husband, and the days just passed uneventfully. Then, one day, my husband disappeared. Looking around his room, I suddenly felt something was off. Huh? Was John's room always this clean? My husband is not exactly known for his tidiness, but his room was unusually neat. There were hardly any clothes in the closet, and his suitcase was missing. That's when I finally realized he had left the house. I hurried to try to contact my in-laws, but I couldn't reach them. Maybe they were turning off their phone incidentally. Just as I was panicking, not knowing what to do, I got a call from my younger sister, Isabella. Ah, big sis, it's been a while. Isabella? Sorry, I can't talk right now. Your husband, he is not there, is he? What? How? Why would you know that? Forebodings are things that come true. Eventually, she told me an unbelievable fact. Why? Because I'm with your husband right now. What? What are you talking about? At first, it really was a coincidence. I randomly met your husband at the bar. We had a drink together, and I heard that things were not going well between you two. Isabella, don't tell me. I'm dating your husband. We are going far away to get married, so don't get in our way. Going far away? Stop joking around. Bring John back right now. Sorry, but I can't. Actually, I've been interested in your husband for a while now. He's tall and handsome, so sorry. I'm taking your husband. She hung up the phone abruptly. No matter how many times I called back, my sister wouldn't answer. Instead, she sent me a bunch of photos. There were about a few dozen pictures. Some of them were next to each other and others on dates. Either way, it was not something I could bear to look at. A few days later, I received the divorce paper from my husband. When I called his company, they told me he had already resigned. At this point, it's not a problem I can solve by myself. I decided to talk to my parents and in-laws about the situation and ask for their advice. It seems that John and Isabella have eloped. He quit his job without telling me. He apparently wants to divorce me. Once I finished telling the story, everyone present was lost for words. In the midst of this, my father-in-law was the one who finally spoke. Sophia, I'm deeply sorry about my foolish son. I don't expect you to forgive him, and you don't have to. Father-in-law, I don't know how to say this, but I can't forgive Isabella either. To me, you are like a daughter, Sophia. I can't forgive them for hurting my precious daughter. At those words from my father-in-law, both my mother-in-law and my own parents nodded in agreement. It was exactly at that moment all of us changed our opinion of them by 100 degrees. Apparently, my in-laws had been considering moving due to the aging of their house. We don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. With this incident, they decided to move and kept it secret to their son. On the other hand, my parents decided to cut ties with my sister. Even if she were to come back, they would treat her as a stranger and never allow her in the house again. Someone without morals who would steal her sister's husband is no longer our daughter. That was the opinion of both my father and mother. I decided to take this opportunity to move back to my parents' house. I decided to demand alimony from my husband and sister on condition of submitting the divorce paper. Then, I'll pay that much if I can get the divorce. Along with his response, several million in alimony was swiftly transferred into my account. With that exchange, I completely cut off my ties with my husband Isabella. It's been 12 years since the divorce, and a lot has happened since then. My in-laws bought an apartment, demolished their house, and sold the land. As a web designer, I've gained a lot of recognition, and my annual income is incomparable to what it used to be. Thanks to that, I've been able to go on regular trips with my parents and live a fulfilling life. One day, while I was busy with work, my smartphone rang. Thinking it was a work-related call, I answered without checking the screen. But that phone call brought back unpleasant memories. It's been a while, Sophia. How have you been? John? I'm glad you still remember your ex-husband's voice. His tone was as condescending as ever. What do you want? It's been 12 years since we divorced, and you're contacting me now? When I told him off, he let out an unpleasant chuckle. Well, you see, you're in the way, so could you leave the house within 10 minutes? Huh? What are you talking about? We're strapped for cash, so we're on our way over there. I'm bringing my wife home, so you need to leave my parents' house. It seems he still assumes that I'm living with his parents. After 12 years, he seems to believe that heat has died down and they will be accepted. In the background, yeah, get out! I can hear my sister agreeing with him. These guys really don't know anything. Do they think they will be forgiven just because 12 years have passed? The word is not the forgiving. I might as well show them hell. I took a deep breath, gathered my resolve, and told them, Feel free to come back. I am no longer at your parents' house. Really? Did you get kicked out by my dad or something? Are you an idiot? Your parents' house no longer exists in this world. Huh? What are you? John's voice is shaky and sounds anxious. It seems like they have just arrived at where his parents' house used to be. And John says, What the hell is this? He cried out in anguish. To him, I continued mercilessly. Right after you two eloped, we decided to cut ties with you. Your parents moved away a long time ago, and my parents disowned the women there with you. In other words, there is no place for you two to return to. That's a joke, right? That can be. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Of course, neither your parents nor my parents consider you family anymore. There is no worth being family with scum who trample over people's feelings. That's terrible. We're family, aren't we? Who trampled over the feeling of that family? Don't ever contact me again. I'm not going to let you interfere in my life anymore. I hung up the phone as I finished speaking and blocked their contact. This time, I've finally severed the last ties. After that, they couldn't find their in-laws and they visited my parents' house while I was out. But my parents had already disowned my sister. To my sobbing sister, Who are you? They repeatedly kept asking her this and drove her away from the gate. Then the two of them knelt down in front of the entrance. Please, Dad, Mom, forgive us. We have nowhere else to go. Upon hearing my sister's plea, John also joined in. I beg you to. Our family home is gone. We have nowhere to go back to. Quiet. You are no longer family or anything else. That's right, Dad. Scatter salt at the entrance. No, wait. Please, father-in-law, mother-in-law. I have no reason to be called father-in-law by the likes of you. Get out. Because they were so persistent, my father scattered salt and my mother reported them for their nuisance behavior. Since then, they haven't seen them. The two of them seems to be jobless and homeless, and they were begging their friends to lend them money. However, their rumors have already spread, and there was not a single person who would lend them money. In any case, it's almost impossible for them to survive in their hometown. They have no choice but to struggle from scratch in an unfamiliar land. However, they brought it on themselves. Since they've sown their seeds, I'd like them to suffer as much as possible. Needless to say, neither my parents nor I will ever meet them again. Ideally, I hope they live with regret for the sins they have committed.
Do you realize what you've done, sis? It's only natural people look at you coldly since you both betrayed me. You're ready for that, aren't you? In response to my anger, my sister mocked me with her words. Ready? Concerned about others' gaze? If you worry about that, you can't live. As long as we're happy, nothing else matters. You'll keep losing out on happiness like this time if you keep worrying about what people think. In their argument, my husband was smirking and on my sister's side. However, I had executed an outrageous revenge plan on these two, so today I'm going to talk about that. I'm a 28-year-old office worker. My husband, who I married last year, is 2 years older than me at 30. Let me talk a little about my background. When I was little, my parents divorced and my sister and I were taken by our mother, who raised us single-handedly. We've been meeting my father once a month even after our parents' divorce. I don't know what my mother thought, but I loved my father. My mother was always strong and mannish. She was always positive like the sun to us. However, she passed away due to illness when I was in 2nd grade in high school. My sister is 3 years older than me. She was very cute and popular since childhood, even when we were walking together as kids. You're as cute as a doll. Are you sisters? You don't look much alike. People I didn't know often spoke to her. I was tired of hearing insensitive lines from people who didn't realize they were hurting me. Even as a child, I was hurt. Compared to my sister, I wasn't. I was far from being called a doll, and not once was I ever told I was cute by strangers. Throughout my school days, my sister was always popular. Compared to her, I was treated as a wallflower. Still, I was proud of and loved my beautiful sister. I loved my sister, but there was one thing I didn't like about her. She always wanted my things. She would take my clothes and things as if they were hers and bring them to her room. It didn't stop at just things. For some reason, she would exchange contact information with my friends, and if it was just becoming friends with them, that would be fine. But she has always stolen my friends away from me. All my ex-boyfriends were eventually taken by her. I was slow to realize this, but after the 3rd time, I stopped introducing them to her. I dated my husband in secret from my sister until our marriage was decided. During our relationship, my sister, "You have a boyfriend, don't you? I can tell. Introduce him to me. We're sisters after all," she said. "I've decided not to introduce my boyfriend to you because you always take them away from me. I'll introduce him once we've decided to get married." Then she said, "Oh, don't you have confidence? It's your fault for being taken from, isn't it? Because you don't improve yourself that you're being taken from. It's your own doing. Don't blame everything on me." She laughed it off. That attitude made me so angry, and I swear I will never introduce him to her again. After about a year and a half of dating him, happiness suddenly came. He proposed to me in a fancy restaurant, something I had dreamed of. Of course I decided to marry him. Once the decision to marry was made, we had to greet both families. I could no longer avoid introducing him to my sister. On the day I introduced him to my sister and father, as expected, my sister appeared in a dress as if she were attending a wedding. My father also seemed a bit nervous. "Dad, sister, I've decided to marry him." As I introduced my husband, as expected, my sister's eyes were shining. "Wow, he's handsome. What do you do for a living?" She always uses her usual cooing voice. His family owns a food-related business. As an only child, he is promised to be the next president. When my sister found out, she became even more excited. "What do you like about my sister? I'm good at cooking, and I used to do most of the chores after her mother passed away. She's not good at cleaning, and I always had to clean up after her. Oops, did I say too much? I'm sorry." This was within my expectation. Whenever I introduce the boyfriend, my sister never stops making comments that lower my impression. In the first place, I don't dislike cleaning, but I was busy with work and it had become a routine for me to do a reset cleaning on weekends. I thought he would refute her, but
I'm surprised your sister is so beautiful. I thought she was an actress, so you're good at housework. Why don't we live with the three of us together?
He was joking with a gleam in his eye. Maybe she was pleased by his remark, as my sister then said, "We're going to become family, so it seems like we should exchange contact information. Here's my number, so message me." Despite being a freeloader who can hardly keep a job, she handed her homemade business card to my husband. It's pathetic. At this moment, I felt my mood drop a bit. I wanted to argue. Her story about our chores was completely wrong. My sister had OCD. Since she has too much free time, she cleans multiple times a day to an abnormal extent. She's also obsessive about cooking additive-free meals, despite not having much money due to her high pride. The meals she makes are mostly steamed vegetables under the guise of tasting the ingredients. While it may be healthy, it's debatable whether it can be called cooking since all she does is microwave it. Since I started working, I've been preparing and eating my own meals. My father, seeing my sister eagerly jumping at the opportunity.
Stop taking your sister's things and find something for yourself. It's shameful to always be reaching for other people's things. You're not that young anymore, so get married while you still can,
he said half-jokingly. My sister, with her face turning red, got upset. "I won't be lectured by a divorced man. This is upsetting. I'm leaving," she stormed out. My father said, "Don't worry about your sister. I'll take care of it. Please make her happy. I've caused her a lot of trouble. Please take good care of my daughter." He bowed his head to him. My husband also. "Leave it to me. I will definitely make her happy. I look forward to our future together." He bowed his head, and as if the previous incident never happened, the happy time continued. Then we greeted his parents. "Nice to meet you. We have decided to get engaged. I hope for your guidance in the future. Thank you." When I said that, "Oh dear, you seem nervous. No need to be. You're such a beautiful bride. I'm so happy. It's like I suddenly gained a daughter." My mother-in-law welcomed me warmly. My father-in-law also. "We're a small company, but we'd like our son's wife to work with us. We're not forcing you, but could you consider it?" I had heard this proposal from him beforehand. I'm currently working in an office, so it's my area of expertise. Yes, he told me about that. Of course, if there's something I can do, I would love to give it my best shot. I look forward to working with you, both professionally and personally. When I said that, my mother-in-law, "Oh, I'm so happy. We've been winging it with the office work, so having you here will be a great help. Likewise, we look forward to working with you in all respects," she told me. At this time, I was completely enamored with the dreamy idea of marriage. Because I don't have a mother and I don't get along with my sister well, we decided not to have a wedding ceremony. Of course, we barely had enough money for the wedding. After registering at the city hall, the two of us officially became a married couple. With marriage, I started working at my father-in-law's company, so I resigned from my previous job. I was supposed to have a happy daily life. However, after starting to live with my husband, something began to bother me. It's his tendency to take day off from work at the drop of a hat. He's completely spoiled because his parents run the company. His parents are so used to it that they don't say anything even when he takes a day off. Then one day, when my husband skipped work, an incident happened. On this day, I forgot my smartphone at home and went back to get it during my lunch break. There were pumps in the foyer. My heart wasn't just fluttering, it was pounding painfully. Moreover, those pumps were the ones my sister had taken from me before. I understood the situation instantly. I decided to go outside and pretend I hadn't seen anything. My husband acted as if nothing had happened that night. I have absolutely no trust in him anymore. My sister, as usual, insists she's popular, oblivious to the fact that she's just being played by her numerous lovers. Wanting to know more about my husband and my sister, I hired a private investigator. A month later, the investigation results blew me away. My sister had been involved with 7 men in a month, except for my husband. Furthermore, all of them were married. My sister has never worked a full-time job in her life. Even if she does work, it's part-time and she can't seem to stick with it, perhaps due to her high pride. If she gets reprimanded, she won't go to work the next day. When she was younger, she had multiple sugar daddies. She used to mock me for working and earning money, confidently stating, "As long as a woman is cute, she can survive." Perhaps she felt the limitations on relying on sugar daddies as she aged. Yet unable to stand on her own, my sister yearned for a wealthy husband and fell into the trap of easy matching apps. She would catch a rich man and start dating. However, all of her partners were married. She was merely a plaything for them. Oblivious to this reality, my sister probably thought she was popular at the time. As a result, my sister was having an affair with 8 men, including my husband. The thought of sharing the same era as such a husband disgusted me. I brought up divorce. My husband, "Huh? Do you want a divorce? If you're okay with it, then it's fine by me. I'll give you a divorce, but since you're the one bringing it up, there's no consolation money or anything, okay?" As expected, he brazenly agreed without hesitation. I then said, "You've been having an affair with my sister, haven't you? I know about it. How could you do something like that, having an affair with your wife's sister?" He then responded, "Oh, well, that makes things easy. I'm going to divorce you and remarry your sister. My parents know about it too, so it'll be quick. I'll get your sister over here right away to be a witness for the divorce papers." He called my sister and she arrived in just a few minutes. Seeing my sister only made me angrier, and I said, "Do you understand what you've done, sister? You both betrayed me, so of course people are going to look at you coldly. You're prepared for that, right?" My sister, trying to assert dominance and mocking me, responded, "Prepared? Worried about people's gaze? If I cared about such things, I couldn't live. If we're happy, who cares about anyone else? If you keep worrying about what others think, you'll let happiness slip away just like this time. I'm also going to cut ties with you while I'm at it. I've taken your place as the president's wife." In a way, I was relieved. The sister I loved so much in my childhood is no longer here. If our relationship is going to be severed, I'd gladly severe it. The divorce was finalized without a hitch. They even readily signed divorce papers. I then said, "I don't need consolation money. In exchange, please never show up in front of me again." Then my husband replied, "Wow, you're a lifesaver. This is a peaceful divorce, huh?" He said, grinning. We were renting the place where we lived, so there were no assets to divide, and we hardly had any savings to begin with. The meager savings we had ended up being given to me as moving expenses. Then my in-laws made their appearance. In fact, I had told my in-laws everything before this discussion. While surprised, my mother-in-law said, "I love you dearly, and I want you to be happy no matter what. You're not thinking of quitting your job, are you? If you're uncomfortable staying there, I understand, but I'm going to support you with everything I've got, so please reconsider that." Then my father-in-law said, "Our son is good at nothing, so me stepping down as president is still a long way off. Your work ethic is something our company needs." He said. They arrived a bit earlier than the time we had arranged, unable to stand the suspense. My father-in-law said, "I've had enough of you. You can't even do your job properly, and you have the gall to have an affair while skipping work? Pathetic." Then my husband responded, "No matter what you say, I'm the only child, so I'm the next president. By the time it's my turn, it'll be the era of AI, so it's pointless to learn anything now. Everything will be done by AI." He mocked. My mother-in-law also angrily said, "You don't even work, so don't you dare talk so arrogantly. You don't need to show your face here for a while. Come back when you've reflected on your actions." Then my sister said, "Lucky us, we get an official break. We'll go on our honeymoon." She was ecstatic. The situation was getting out of hand. I decided to stay at my in-laws' house until I found a place to live. The next day I filed the divorce papers. Finally, I was single again. And this is where my plan came into play. At the same time I submitted the divorce papers, I sent a certified letter to my sister's extramarital partners. When my sister was hit with demands for compensation from the wives of her 7 lovers, she pleaded with my husband. "Here's the condition for our marriage. Pay this compensation. As the future president, you can easily get this much money from the company." Pleading. However, my ex-husband doesn't work, so there's no way he has any money. There's also no way he could take money from the company. He finally got his senses back and was furious to find out that she had relationships with 7 men besides him. What he faced was a massive demand for compensation from the extramarital partners. Their future was pitch black. They had a big fight apparently, but that was not the end of my ex-husband's misfortune. A few days after I reported the divorce and my sister's affair to my father, we were having a meal together because he was worried about my health. When I casually mentioned my in-laws' company to my father, he said,
The president of that client company is my old friend. What a small world. We still go out drinking together frequently. When I divorced, he was the one I consulted the most. He even performed a special act as my friend at the wedding ceremony with your mother. The relationship with the president of the client company was revealed. My father, who was angry about this incident, had also told his old friend about the divorce. He was furious at how irresponsible my ex-husband was. Once that became clear, my father contacted his old friend. He was drinking nearby and arrived immediately. It was the president, whom I met several times at work. It's truly a small world. I can't forgive the guy who hurt your beloved daughter. I'll take action immediately, don't worry. Nobody but him will suffer. With that, the conversation was quickly wrapped up, and the topic shifted to the childhood stories of my father and the president. The next day when I went to work, my father-in-law seemed a little frantic. I was told by the client's company that a company can't do business with another company where the son is the president. On top of that, their affiliated companies have also proposed to stop dealing with us, my father-in-law said. My mother-in-law said, "Well, it's only natural when they hear about a divorce like this. Trust is the most important thing for a company like ours. When I tried to contact the client's company, it's okay. This is not your fault at all. It's a consequence of their own actions. That lazy son who doesn't work anyway. It's only natural for the company to let him go. We have spoiled him too much. He's always been absent without notice or just slacks off even when he does come to work. On top of that, he suggests that jobs that require manual work can be done by AI. He's no longer needed in our company. If we leave it to him, the company will go bankrupt." With that, my father-in-law chimed in. "You're right. If he takes over, the company will just go bankrupt. I have a proposal, though it's a bit earlier than planned." "Can I tell her, dear?" When he asked her, "This is the best timing. Go ahead, dear." Then my father-in-law said, "This is something we had discussed before the divorce, but our son is embarrassingly useless. He's a burden to the company, so we want you to learn various jobs over the years as the future president. This proposal is not about blood ties, but for the sake of protecting our important company. We hope you'll accept." I was taken aback. I have no confidence, but I love my parents-in-law. I want to help them, so I immediately replied, "I will do whatever I can. I would like to be help to you both. Please let me continue to work hard in this company. And I want to become someone who can protect the company over the years. Thank you in advance." Upon hearing this, both of them were overjoyed. Even though we're no longer a family in the traditional sense, I'm glad to have a deeper relationship with them. With that settled, my father-in-law called out to my ex-husband. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, my ex-husband appeared unusually quickly. I explained the circumstances. My ex-husband, who has been lounging about being the next president, started yelling at me when he found out that I was taking over his position. "Playing the victim, are you? Ugly women like you need to have a good personality to survive. You're taking over my company. I have no intention of giving in." Before I could retort, my father-in-law stepped in. "How dare you talk to the next president like that? You're nothing but a ghost employee who doesn't even work properly. We don't need such employees in our company anymore. You're fired." At that statement, "What the hell? I don't want a sinking ship of a company like this. I quit. Give me a severance pay of $7,000. He was talking nonsense. It felt like talking to a child who was completely off the mark. My mother-in-law couldn't help but laugh. "There's no way we have severance pay for you. If you start talking about that, you'll have to compensate for all the losses the company has suffered because of your mistakes. You can't do that, can you? Then step back quietly." At that, he frowned and said, "Shut up. I'll never have anything to do with you again. Even if you come begging in your old age, I'll kick you away." He spat out words that you wouldn't think to say to your parents. My father-in-law responded, "Huh, no matter how much trouble we're in, we're never going to beg you. Sorry, but our company is doing better than you think. We're not even slightly considering relying on you in our old age." Then he retorted, "I'm cutting all ties with you." And he stormed out. We all looked at each other and couldn't stop laughing. My mother-in-law also said, "I'm glad we got rid of him. Knowing him, he'll probably come crying for help when he's in trouble. But we won't help him anymore. It's not good for him." My father-in-law, "Indeed. Well, I'm grateful that you found us a good next president." Also said, "It is, as my ex-husband said, a peaceful divorce. From what I heard afterward, it seemed he has broken up with my sister. They probably woke up to a huge amount of alimony.
I saw my ex-husband working part-time at a convenience store in the neighborhood once. I was relieved to see him working earnestly, but I only saw him once. He probably couldn't keep it up and quit. As for me, I'm working hard in sales with the president. I love my in-laws who treat me like their real daughter. The company is increasing its clients and hiring more employees to keep it running. I enjoy my work so much. My love luck is at its worst, but my interpersonal luck is at its best. A wonderful in-law family and enjoyable work. My days are now fulfilling. I have good ties with my flawed sisters, so there's no trouble at all. Looking back now, I'm grateful for the connection my ex-husband made for me.